All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Texas Storm Chaser's Baldy-in-Chief, David-Reimer. We have our first tornado warning of the day, so we now begin our live severe weather coverage. This is going to be a tornado warning for Smith County in East Texas, although we note a supercell thunderstorm is getting organized pretty quickly down by Waco, east on Highway 6 towards Meridian. Those storms may also become problematic in the spinny doom department over the next 30 to 60 minutes. And so we're probably going to have more tornado warnings soon. But again, we're here now because we have our first tornado warning of the day, and this is going to be for a severe thunderstorm very near the city of Tyler. This is going to be for a storm showing some rotation now coming up on the southwest sides of Tyler near 323 and 155, kind of like we had last week with that random, baby NATO, for the lack of a more educated term, because that's really what it was. It was like a dust devil in terms of intensity. But this storm, the potential for a spin-up tornado now coming into the south sides of Tyler. This is going to be moving east at about 35 miles an hour. This will be near ARP at about 4:20 p.m. So again, this is going to be a tornado warning for southeastern Smith County until 4:30 p.m. At 4:09 p.m., a possible tornado is located near Highway 323, the South Loop, and 155 in the southwest sides of Tyler. This is again moving east at about 35 miles an hour. This is going to stay probably on the southern half of Tyler, moving towards New Chapel Hill eventually, and probably passing near or a bit north of ARP. If it turns right a little, the storm could end up passing closer to ARP by about 4:20 p.m. But again, this is going to be our first tornado warning of the day. And it will not be the last. Let me get my stuff set up. Cannot hear me. All right. Well, it's set up there, so apparently I just have the audio messed up on this. Y'all mostly can hear me. It's just one thing that can't hear me. But now y'all should be able to hear me just fine. My apologies, world of TikTok. Y'all should be able to hear me now. But again, this is going to be our first tornado warning of the day. This is going to be on the southern sides of Tyler. Once again, the possibility of a rain-wrapped tornado now. Southern half of Tyler, moving east at about 35 miles an hour. This is going to be a tornado warning until 4:30 p.m. for southeastern Smith County, including the city of Tyler, New Chapel Hill, and ARP. What we're looking at here is the which way the wind's blowing mode. Weather radar, this is what you typically see, the how hard it's raining mode. But Doppler radar and the weather radars we use are not only able to tell how hard it's raining, but the which way the wind's blowing mode. So even if you have a rain-wrapped circulation, there is certainly still the ability to see what's going on. What we have here, winds moving towards a weather radar in Shreveport in the green, winds moving away from the weather radar in Shreveport in the red, and that is where you have a circulation. South sides of Tyler right now, moving east at about 35 miles an hour. This is going to be near ARP by 4:20 p.m. if this storm keeps on its present course and speed. No reports at this point that we have anything down. But again, certainly can't rule out a spin-up tornado with this thunderstorm as it moves east at about 35 miles an hour. Now, going back further west, here's some other stuff we have going on. I'll tell you now, this cell between Waco and Meridian, this probably is going to go tornadic in the next 30-45 minutes. This storm's in a very favorable environment to produce severe weather. Big hail, big wind, the potential for tornadoes. Let me turn on surface temperatures real quick. And something I want you to note. Temperatures in the Metroplex are in the 50s and low 60s. We've had an outflow boundary move south. Notice how the temperature in Hillsborough is 63, 72 to 75 in Waco, 81 in Gatesville. Where this boundary sets up, if we have any thunderstorms that end up sitting or riding this boundary off to the east, that is where we could have the potential for an enhanced tornado threat. So, again, that's why I think the boundaries near this thunderstorm on Highway 6, that's not 6, yeah, it is 6, between Meridian near Iredell. So there is probably going to be a problem with this storm. You can see the hook echo developing on the how hard it's raining mode. And again, it wouldn't be surprising if this storm ends up turning more to the east versus northeast. And if it makes that east turn, this thing's going to be a prime candidate to be a problem in the spinny, doom department. We're going to have to watch these storms developing farther south as well. This one southwest of Valley Mills and Crawford. This thunderstorm that is in the eastern big country, Eastland County, moving southeast, this is probably just north of the warm front, meaning it doesn't have a super high tornado threat. It definitely has hail. This thing could be dropping nasty size hail. It's got one heck of a hail core coming into Carbon right now. And again, this could be a threat to Stephenville by about 5:15 p.m. And again, that's a big hailer right now. It looks like it is north of the warm front / boundary. Storms north of the boundary, much lower tornado potential because surface temperatures are much cooler, 50s, low 60s, versus south of the boundary where we've got a much more unstable air mass closer to the surface with 70s and 80s. My webcam is frozen. Well, slap me silly and say hi-ho cheerio. Technology and I are not doing well. I'm singing a song because I'm obviously... Okay, we're okay now. So again, we're going to have problems out here in southern North Texas before long. These storms that are firing up from Graham up to Bowie, these are north of that boundary. They could have some small hail, but I'm not worried about tornadoes with them. And for now, we only have one tornado warning. It is with this thunderstorm in southern Tyler. I'll be honest, this is not a classic spinny doom signature, but we are seeing an area of at least modest rotation on the south sides of Tyler, and that could be a spin-up tornado potential moving towards New Chapel Hill on Highway 64. So we do have a tornado warning until 4:30 p.m. from the National Weather Service in Shreveport. The possibility of a spin-up tornado over the south sides of Tyler, moving east towards New Chapel Hill and ARP at 35 miles an hour. So, with that being said, those of you in the city of Tyler, give it another 10 minutes and then you'll be okay to come out. Those of you in New Chapel Hill, south and east of Tyler, down to ARP on Highway 64, need to be getting ready to move to your safe places. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, we'll see if the Weather Service decides to extend this tornado warning. I'm not seeing overly strong rotation right now, but there is at least some modest rotation. And again, this storm might be just north of that boundary that I was talking about. I'm showing it 59 degrees at Tyler Airport with north winds. But in Jacksonville, it's 71 with southeast winds. So this boundary is somewhere near the vicinity. So if this storm is north of that boundary, much lower potential for tornadoes. That being said, a tornado warning does continue until 4:30 p.m. for southeastern Smith County and East Texas, including the southeastern half of Tyler and New Chapel Hill to ARP. The storm also capable of producing large hail. All right, back into North Texas, and I'll tell you this, nothing good is going to come from these storms. From near Valley Mills to Cranfield's Gap up to areas of Meridian and Walnut Springs. These storms are in an environment supportive of organized low-level rotation, and in fact, you can see that already in the mid-levels here. We've got a pretty good mid-level mesocyclone there, southwest of Cranfield's Gap, and approaching Iredell. All these storms are in rotation. They're spinning like a top aloft. Our problem is going to be when they start to lower the rotation at low levels and then attempt to make surface circulations, which are also called spinny, spinny doom-dooms. All right, we've got a report of baseball-sized hail falling in Carbon in Eastland County. So that is with this thunderstorm right here. So this storm now is producing baseball-sized hail on Highway 6 in Carbon, which matches radar signatures. So Gorman, DeLeon, Dublin to Stephenville over the next 45 to 60 minutes. The potential for baseball-sized hail with this very intense supercell thunderstorm. We're going to have to watch this very carefully. It looks like for now it is just north of that outflow boundary, but it's close enough to where we're going to have to watch it very carefully as this thunderstorm continues to move east-southeast at about 40 miles an hour. All right. At this point, I am just taking a look at things. We've got multiple storm chasers out and about today. Here's our chaser wall. What I'm going to do really quick, I'm going to do some real-time editing here. My apologies, but life is life, and sometimes life requires real-time editing and fancy-smancy stuff. For those of you wanting to know the technical terminology, I'm ingesting this chaser wall feed from another computer here on my local network to save some resources on my machine. So what I'm just going to do is put my unpleasant mug right there. And alas, there you go. Now you get my ugly mug with storm chasing video. Okay, so we've got baseball-sized hail in Carbon, which is this supercell moving southeast towards Gorman, DeLeon, Dublin, and Stephenville over the next 45 to 60 minutes. We have multiple supercellular thunderstorms developing now on Highway 6 between Hico, Iredell, and Meridian. Additional supercells in their incipient phase now southwest of Valley Mills up to Cranfill's Gap. If I had to be a betting man, I'd suspect this storm near Valley Mills is probably going to take over for the storm near Cranfill's Gap and will be the one to intensify. And that means those of you in northern McLennan County all the way into southern Hill County are going to have to watch this storm carefully. Same thing goes for this thunderstorm out in portions of Bosque and Hamilton counties. Both of these are supercells with pretty good rotation aloft right now. And the potential they could go tornadic in the next hour as they continue to mature and moving off to the east. We have one tornado warning right now, and that is for a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a spin-up tornado over the east-southeast sides of Tyler, exiting Tyler now to the east, moving towards New Chapel Hill. And this thunderstorm is going to be capable of producing quarter to ping-pong ball size hail as it moves off to the east at about 35 miles per hour. So we're going to be live for probably the rest of the evening. We're going to be live on the Facebag, the Tweeter, the YouHoot. We're live on Tickety Talk, Twitch. We're live on our website. We're live in our free mobile app. In fact, those of you who have our app probably just got that notification that we're live. So we're going to be live for the rest of the day. And you can see the view from Adam, Chelsea, and Alex. They are on this supercell out here near Rising Star that just dropped tennis ball to baseball size hail in carbon. So you can see Adam and Chelsea and Alex have a great view of this thunderstorm. You're able to watch our live streaming video, by the way, from all our storm chasers individually with their audio. We've got that going on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel, and that information scrolling on the bottom of your screen. Jason is heading south to intercept the new supercells developing across portions of southern North Texas that are still in their incipient phase and the maturing phase. But again, you can see we also have additional thunderstorms developing further southwest along the dry line in the eastern Concho Valley. And eventually those will be making their way towards the hill country over the next several hours. All right, I'm going to press some buttons here simply because I need to get things set up. My apologies. I've got a plethora of monitors around me. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 monitors on right now around me. And let me tell you, it really takes the need out of needing any sort of heater in the winter when all these are running, because these things put off enough heat to probably... well, let's just say it gets pretty warm in here at times, but that's okay. I'm opening our Discord server. And that tornado warning we have for Smith County is going to expire here in about 5 minutes. No indications yet they're going to be issuing a new tornado warning. And I'm not seeing super strong indications of organized rotation at this point. But definitely some damaging straight line winds. And yes, we do have a Discord. In fact, I'll share the links in the chats real quick. So we're going to have a lot of questions today about what's going on in your neck of the woods, what's going on where you live, what's going to happen. This is going to be a day where folks who have been with us for a while know we're going to triage situation, much like you would in a mass casualty medical event. So I'm going to focus on the most intense life-threatening storms. Keep in mind, we are a big state here in the state of Texas, 254 counties. We're going to have a lot of storms. Understand that we're going to have severe storms with big hail. I mean, the most intense storms today, these individual supercells firing by themselves could have softball-sized hail at times. But we're going to focus on the most life-threatening storms, which will be the tornadic thunderstorms, or those producing intense severe weather. So, if you have questions about storms in your area, storms we're not talking about, that's probably a good thing. If I'm talking about a storm in your area, that's not a good thing. We do have a free mobile app that'll give you local weather forecasts, allow you to track storms in your area, watch our live coverage. And you can find that app in our free mobile on... How about this? How about I talk coherently for one? You can find that free mobile app on our website, texasweather.app, or just go to your phone's device store and search for Texas Storm Chasers, and that will allow you to download our free app, which will give you interactive weather radar, which will let you keep up with our live coverage, and give you local weather forecasts. So understand, we provide that resource so y'all can essentially be self-sufficient in times where we are busy. And focusing on the most intense storms. So as we zoom in here, our primary focus for tornado potential is probably going to be from this cell near Gorman. That's starting to become more organized in the low levels. all the way to these storms developing in southern North Texas, from Hiko down to Clifton to Crawford, west of Waco, west of Hillsboro, to perhaps Jacksonville to center. Temperatures north of a boundary here are in the 50s and 60s. If your temperature's in the 50s or low 60s, I'm not really worried about a tornado issue in your specific location. At least a sustained long-term tornado issue. You could still have some storms with hail, but the main issue today with the tornado threat is going to be these storms where temperatures are in the upper 60s, 70s, and 80s, where we have a very ripe air mass for spinny, doom mischief. And again, we're just going to be watching all that, and we're live on multiple platforms, and we're going to probably be live for several hours. This isn't going to be a situation where one tornado warning goes away, and we're left with no tornado warnings now, and I'm going to go away. No, we're going to be here probably for 5, 6, 7 hours at least, I suspect, simply because we are going to have a lot going on in the severe weather department. So another way to put it is, we're here for long-form severe weather coverage. And let me make sure this is in the mobile app. I got a notification about 5 minutes ago it was, but I'm just going to open the app and make sure. And so for those of you wondering what the forecast is for today, we do have a detailed forecast video posted on our social media channels and YouTube from earlier. That'll give you an explanation of what we're expecting, but I guess I can pop on the severe weather outlook for this evening real quick. All right, let's press some buttons here. That's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. This is the severe weather outlook for the remainder of this afternoon, this evening, and tonight. Higher your risk level, the more likely you're going to have severe storms in your neck of the woods tonight. Any risk level means you have the potential for severe storms. You can compare to this morning's forecast. This risk is shifted south of Interstate 20, south of the Metroplex, because we've seen rain-cooled air north of a boundary push into the Metroplex, helping reduce the overall threat for surface-based severe storms. So, and if you want to see the tornado threat, here we go. This is corridor highest tornado threat, medium, southern North Texas, Waco, Hillsboro, etc. Pretty much where we have these nasty storms developing right now, but you notice we also have a very low and a low tornado threat across portions of central Texas, the Brazos Valley, the Hill Country, East Texas this evening. All right, the Tyler's tornado warning's gone. This tornado warning for Smith County is gone, replaced by a severe thunderstorm warning. And now we have a plethora of tornado warnings being issued in portions of central Texas. So, in the words of Dave, and BaldyinChief, so we begin. We're going to have a tornado warning now. This is going to be a tornado warning. What? I get notifications of 2. Okay, so I think we're going to have 2 tornado warnings now. Both these storms are going to have tornado warnings. Let's go. We'll start with the first and work our way down. So again, this is where we're going to start working with the most intense storms. So we've now got twin tornado warnings. We've got a tornado warning number 1. This is going to be for Bosque County. This is going to include Meridian, Morgan up to 174, just east of Iredell, south of Walnut Springs on 144. This possible developing tornado is a direct threat to Meridian. This is going to be until 5:15. Tornado warning for central Bosque County. Meridian State Park around 4:45. Meridian around 4:50. That's the first tornado warning. That storm moving east at 25 miles an hour. Tornado warning number 2. This is going to be for a possible tornado developing about 8 miles west of Valley Mills or 11 miles south of Clifton on Highway 6. This is moving east-northeast at 25 miles an hour, and I definitely don't like where this one's going. This is going to be a tornado warning for Valley Mills, Crawford, Highway 6 from just northwest of Woodway, west of Waco, all the way through Valley Mills to just southeast of Clifton. Highway 317 from Crawford up to Valley Mills. At this point, it would be a very good idea not to be on Highway 317 and Highway 6, all the way from Crawford through Walnut Springs, Morgan. I wouldn't be on any roads near there right now, as these thunderstorms are getting organized and are now both capable of producing tornadoes. So again, we have 2 tornado warnings. First is for central Bosque County for a thunderstorm approaching the city of Meridian. The second is for a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 8 miles west of Valley Mills, moving east-northeast at 25 miles an hour. This is going to be near Valley Mills at about 4:50 p.m. Given the overall environment with today's thunderstorms, understand these may not be necessarily going anywhere quickly in terms of dying. So we need to look downstream and understand those of you in Hill and McLennan counties, a.k.a. Waco, West, Hillsboro, and everyone in between. Heads up now, y'all are going to have problems in the next hour with the potential for multiple tornadic supercells. And Jason Cooley, he is about to intercept the thunderstorm near Lake Whitney, or he's going to be near Whitney here shortly, so we'll get a view of at least one of these storms. And understand, both these thunderstorms are capable of producing tornadoes. So southern storm, Crawford, Valley Mills, China Springs, tornado warning there until 5:15 p.m. That's going to be for McLennan, Coral, and Bosque counties. Tornado warning number 2, it's going to be near Meridian and Bosque County. Possible tornado located just east of Iredell, or 16 miles northwest of Clifton, moving east at 30 miles an hour. So we're going to have problems. And both these storms are also capable of producing large hail and localized damaging winds outside of tornadic circulations. All right, we also have a severe storm. This one's capable of producing tennis ball size hail, and we do see that hook echo starting to develop. This is going to be near Gorman, moving east-southeast at about 35 miles an hour. Now, here's something I can tell you now just looking at the radar. This is a boundary, and I think that is where the boundary is. So assuming that remains the case, this storm is going to have limited tornado potential unless it is able to catch up or ingest that outflow boundary, in which case it's off to the races. So let's go ahead. We'll zoom back out. We want to make sure we're not missing anything. We've got a severe thunderstorm now approaching Overton and ARP. You can see this one has taken on more of a intense supercellular look to it. The potential for damaging hail increasing in ARP, Overton, New London, and Henderson, as this thunderstorm moves east, almost east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour. We're also starting to see a hook echo develop. So as warm air is ingested into this thunderstorm, warm unstable air. Now we've got a rear flank downdraft. We're going to have to keep an eye on this. We may see the threat of a tornado increase with this storm. And unlike a bit earlier, this thing definitely now has more of a classic look for a supercell in the how hard it's raining mode. So again, those of you ARP down Highway 64 to Henderson, New London, please be ready. The potential for problems in the spinny department's increasing, and the potential for damaging hail is increasing. All right, let me press some buttons here. I need to make sure we're maintaining situational awareness. And again, I've got like 10 monitors running around me. And once we start getting this busy, I'm afraid it's a little more difficult for me to maintain a good eye on chats. But I think y'all would rather have me keeping an eye on storms than chats. So again, folks in the chats, first off, I want to give a big thank you and shout out to our moderators. They do a great job in all of our chat platforms. For those of you in chats, if I'm talking about storms and we have folks come in right after which happens all the time. I mean, people are joining and leaving videos all the time. Please feel free to answer the questions. If I've already answered it and they're asking, please feel free to give them the answer. I know folks are going to be asking, what about my backyard? What about my backyard? What about my backyard? We've got video forecasts posted on our website, our mobile app, our YouTube channel. And if you want to know what's going on near you, and I'm not talking about a storm near you, well, that's good, because if I'm talking about a storm near you, you've got problems. And we also have all that information available on our free mobile app, Texas Storm Chasers. Just search for it in the Apple app, Google Play stores, and you'll get your local weather forecast. You can pop up that interactive weather radar and keep a good eye on the sky. We also have live storm chasing videos on our YouTube channel. And you can see some of the live videos now embedded in this live stream. We've got videos from Adam Lucio, Chelsea Burnett, Alex Bartholomew. They're near Gorman, Texas, which is going to be this big supercell out here with tennis ball size hail moving towards De Leon and Dublin on Highway 9 or Highway 6. And then Jason Cooley is approaching Valley Mills. He is approaching this tornado-warned supercell, and he's going to have eyes on the area of interest in about 20 minutes as he travels south. So again, we have 2 tornado warnings right now. I wouldn't be shocked if we ended up with a new one here with this storm west of Henderson soon. And understand, if I'm not talking about your storm, the possibility of storms that are not tornadic to produce hail today is quite high. We could have the most intense storms, let me be clear, the most intense storms, not all of them, but the worst of the worst could have softball-sized hail today. That, for all intent and purposes, is giant hail. Take your vitamins. All right. We just had a report of hail larger than baseballs near Gorman on Highway 6. That's going to be with the supercell, the westernmost severe warned supercell west of Stephenville. Sorry, I'm taking care of all the stuff I need to take care of. But in terms of the highest short-term issues, this thunderstorm near Valley Mills, northwest of Crawford, has the potential to produce a tornado at any time as it moves to the east at 25 miles an hour. Towards Valley Mills. Notice how this one's also starting to slow down. It's only moving at about 15 miles an hour now. Another sign it's organizing, it's able to essentially control its environment. It's starting to turn more to the east instead of moving northeast, which would increase the threat to the city of Waco, Lacey Lakeview, up Interstate 35, Ross, West, Golson, Leroy. Hey, heads up. Problems. Be ready for tornadoes. We've got this severe storm near Meridian, capable of producing a tornado very near the city of Meridian right now. This storm is moving off to the east at about 25 miles an hour. After Meridian, it's going to be moving towards Lake Whitney and Whitney. Eventually, this could be moving towards the city of Hillsborough on Interstate 35. And then we've got this severe thunderstorm capable of producing baseball to bigger than baseball size hail. That's a report we got out of Gorman. And this storm's moving more to the southeast right now at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. We've got live storm chasing video from the Gorman storm from Adam, Chelsea, and Alex. And Jason Cooley is about to give us a view of the tornado-warned supercell near Valley Mills. I had someone in a chat ask about Oklahoma. There's no severe weather in Oklahoma. It's raining, it's storming, there's probably going to be some small hail, but I'm not worried about a severe weather issue in Oklahoma today. All right, webcam. Why you not focus on my face? Here we go. We'll press that. It's getting warm in here, so let's press some buttons. Sorry. In addition to 10 computer monitors and a rather angry computer next to me, we've got a server rack filled with equipment behind me that's helping to run these chase streams you're watching. But again, you've got Jason approaching a severe storm capable of producing a tornado near Valley Mills. And then we've got Alex, Adam, and Chelsea on this storm east of Gorman, north of De Leon, capable and with a history of producing baseball size to 3-inch diameter hail. Okay, let's go back to the East Texas storm real quick. This storm capable of producing golf ball to tennis ball size hail over New London, Selman City, about to move into Price. And you can see this storm has a nasty hail core now. This has taken on a major change in evolution since it was back over the city of Tyler, back over in Smith County. It looked more like a comma head, almost a little line segment back there. Now we've got what I would describe as very angry, pissed off supercell look, in the lack of a meteorological term. And this storm is moving east, maybe east-southeast at about 35 miles an hour. And this thunderstorm is capable of producing damaging hail. This will be in the city of Henderson sooner rather than later. Henderson probably by 5 o'clock. The potential for damaging hail, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, and if this little hook echo wraps up, the potential for a tornado. At this point, not tornadic, but we're going to keep a close eye on it. It may be just north of an outflow boundary. If that's the case, that'll help reduce, not eliminate, but reduce the threat of a tornado. But I'm not going to say that for sure right now. You can see Adam, Chelsea, and Alex. Again, they're on the storm out here with baseball-sized hail near Gorman, moving towards Dublin. And then we've got 2 supercells capable of producing tornadoes. This supercell near the city of Meridian, you can see a hook echo there. We have no ground reports of tornadoes at this point. This storm's moving east at 25 miles an hour. I'll put a storm track on that. Let me zoom out. That's not how we zoom out. Again, really? What are we doing? Be nice. Press the magic buttons. And again, assuming it's moving like this, this is going to be over Lake Whitney, about 510. Whitney proper, 520. And it's pretty much around Meridian right now. And this could put a tornado down at any point, especially on 174 between Morgan and Meridian. The potential for large hail and damaging winds with that thunderstorm as well. We have a severe thunderstorm that looks a bit more organized in the hail department approaching Valley Mills. This is a dangerous thunderstorm capable of producing golf ball to tennis ball size hail in Valley Mills in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Also, the potential for a tornado to develop at any time just southwest of Valley Mills. This is moving towards Valley Mills. This thunderstorm is moving more slowly at about 15 miles an hour, assuming this storm is going to take a bit of a jog to the east as it becomes more organized. This could pose a direct threat to McLennan County within the next 1 hour. Waco, Belmead, Lacey Lakeview, Ross, Golson, Leroy, China Springs, Elmont, Axtell, Crawford. You need to watch this storm very carefully, all right? And be ready. Additional warnings are likely to be issued. But again, this storm's moving pretty slow right now, so y'all got time. All right, so again, that covers the 2 tornado warnings there. This thunderstorm that is east of Gorman now, baseball-size hail reported. Hail larger than baseballs reported. Back in Gorman. This storm moving east at about 30, well, east-southeast at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. If it is going to move more east, it's going to hit Stephenville by 5:10. If this keeps jogging southeast, it's going to pass over 67 between Dublin and Stephenville by 5:05 to 5:10. And if this thunderstorm takes an even harder turn to the southeast, this could be an issue for the town of Dublin by 5:05 to 5:10. What? We just got a report of baseball-sized hail? What? What? Interesting. Okay, so we just got a report of big hail northwest of Jacksboro. We'll see if that's the case or not. That was an interesting report. So again, we have 2 tornado warnings right now. Let me go ahead. We'll talk about who's in, who's out. Tornado warning for northwestern McLennan, northeastern Correll, and southeastern Bosque counties until 5:15 p.m. A possible tornado now located very close to Valley Mills, a couple miles southwest of town. And this thunderstorm is moving off to the east, northeast at about 15 miles an hour. In terms of the storm structure on this, I mean, this storm near Valley Mills is in a very favorable environment and a very favorable look to produce a tornado at any time. Jason looks like he's enjoying traffic in Valley Mills right now. Folks in Valley Mills should not, I don't know why folks are driving around there right now. I mean, if you want to destroy your car with baseball-sized hail, go for it. You want to get lofted by a tornado, go for it. But come on, people. We got phones that give you all sorts of warnings that there's tornado warnings and all that, and yet we're driving around in it. I just don't understand, but oh well. So again, if you're in Valley Mills, you need to be in a safe place. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Do not be driving in the tornado warning. I mean, meh. That's about all I'm going to say to that. Meh. So this is going to be moving towards Valley Mills in the next 15 to 20 minutes. After that, China Springs and Golson, you're going to be under the gun. But again, this thing's moving so slowly right now. We've got a pretty good amount of time, it looks like, before this gets to China Springs or Golson. And we're also going to have to see if this storm's going to turn to the east at all. At this point, this is still over an hour away from Interstate 35 in McLennan County. Northern storm, we've got a possibility of a tornado now just northeast of Meridian. This storm is looking a little less organized now than what the other storm to the south is looking like. So we'll have to see what's going to happen. But this storm is moving towards Lake Whitney and eventually Whitney over the next 30 minutes or so. I'll zoom out. I'll give you a good look at both storms, and I'll put arrows on where both these storms seem to be going right now. So that's for those 2 storms. Let's go back to the East Texas storm that is showing an incredibly angry hail core. Henderson, be ready. Bad hail coming on towards Henderson now. This is going to be in Henderson by 5:05. David, do not be driving in the tornado warning. People on the road. But what if? Well, I mean, if you want to see what happens when a tornado hits your vehicle, it can go. Oh, goodness gracious. So again, we've had some nickel-size hail reported west of Jacksboro, it sounds like. That's more plausible. So again, the storm's north of the outflow boundary, where temperatures are in the 50s. It's much cooler near the surface. We could still see storms in the Metroplex in North Texas, north of I-20 this evening with some hail. But the higher tornado threat's going to be south of I-20, where we've got a much more warm, unstable air mass. Henderson, the potential for damaging hail, winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, wind-driven hail by 5:05 p.m. After that, this storm's going to be moving towards Brakefield. Right now, let me tell you, that is a bad hail core between New London, Selman City, and then on Highway 64 to Henderson. This is bad hail. Pretty bad hail indeed. This could honestly be baseball-size hail, it looks like. So at this point, Henderson, your phones are probably going off because this storm is now capable of producing baseball to maybe softball-size hail and winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. So go ahead and treat this like a tornado warning. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, as this storm is clearly capable of busting out windows and producing baseball size to 3.5-inch diameter size hail. That is very destructive. Heading back into central Texas, or southern North Texas. Meridian, you've got a possible circulation now east of town. Meridian, give it 5 more minutes, and then you can come out if you're along and west of 174. The storm's going to be moving towards Lake Whitney. Passing south of Morgan, moving towards the west sides of Lake Whitney over the next 30 minutes. We've got a severe thunderstorm capable of producing golf ball-size hail to tennis ball-size hail in Valley Mills, and the possibility of a tornado southwest of town. You see Jason Cooley's got a view now of this thunderstorm. He is going to be near Valley Mills, and I'm going to set his stream up here so we can look at his camera full screen in just a minute. Sorry, I'm having to build this quickly. This is what Jason's looking at right now near Valley Mills. At this point, pretty low cloud cover. You can see we've got other folks keeping an eye on it as well. I don't see anything that would indicate a tornado down at this moment. But again, that's Jason Cooley's live shot. He is in Valley Mills keeping an eye on the thunderstorm. Sorry, I'm building in his location really quick. You're going to see that random text there for just a second. I'll actually move it. Now y'all can actually see what's going on. Go. So again, this is Jason Cooley's live shot out of Valley Mills, Texas. You can see, actually, he is starting to get a look at what could be the wall cloud. You see those rain curtains moving pretty quickly from right to left? Now, what was that? Was that a bird? I saw some stuff back there that looked like it was flying around. So what we're looking at, again, is a shot from Jason Cooley near Valley Mills. You're starting to get a view of the area of circulation. You can see some pretty quick movement in the cloud base. You could see some of those rain curtains flying around. So at this point, we'd be looking for areas of, oh, whoa, 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 look at that. We may have a developing, yeah, that might be a developing tornado. That might be a tornado. That's going to be a live shot from Jason Cooley near Valley Mills, just southwest of Valley Mills. So again, that is I'm going to say that is probably going to be a tornado in the development phases. Southwest of Valley Mills. Let me get back to the radar shot here so y'all can actually get a good reference of what we're looking at. And again, this is the supercell that is near Valley Mills. So again, that was a tornado you just witnessed. That was the development of a multiple vortex tornado. What we're dealing with here, again, is now a storm that has produced at least one tornado west-southwest of Valley Mills. This thunderstorm is going to continue moving east-northeast at about 15 to 20 miles an hour. And the potential will remain high that this could continue to be tornadic, producing at least intermittent tornadoes as it moves towards Golson and eventually Interstate 35 in McLennan County. So again, this thunderstorm is now tornadic in the sense we have had tornadoes visually confirmed here on this live stream from meteorologist Jason Cooley. All right, back west, we've got a severe thunderstorm capable of producing baseball to softball size hail. This is going to be crossing over Highway 67 between the city of Stephenville and Dublin, moving east-southeast at 40 miles an hour. Again, this storm has the history now producing baseball size hail, could produce softball size hail. Moving east-southeast at 35 to 40 miles an hour. This could be a hailer for the southwest sides of Stephenville all the way to Dublin. This thunderstorm could also continue producing baseball to softball size hail in places like Alexander, Claret, and eventually Hico. Depending on exactly how far southeast, this continues to move east-southeast, or the specific direction at least. So again, those of you in Hico, Iredale, Walnut Springs, watch this storm to your northwest very carefully with the potential of a bad hailstorm, baseball to softball size hail. We've got severe thunderstorm capable of producing golf ball to baseball size hail in Henderson right now. The potential for very strong winds and the potential, at least not totally zero, for a tornado, but right now, no strong low-level rotation, which is good. But again, the potential for golf ball to baseball size hail around Henderson right now. And this storm's going to continue moving towards Brakefield, Clayton, Gary City, Tipson, probably staying north of Mount Enterprise, and possibly eventually near Tanea in the next hour, hour and a half. All right, let's go back to Jason's shot. I just want to look full screen with you at that shot. Again, what we're looking for here is I get a, hold on a second. Okay, so we're watching live video from meteorologist Jason Cooley of what could be a developing tornado near Valley Mills in portions of southern North Texas. You can see the rapid motion here. Just because you don't see a full condensation funnel to the ground or the surface does not mean there's not a tornadic circulation there. You can see we have very strong motion. You can see those rain currents flying around at the surface coming from the base of that mesocyclone all the way down to the surface. So we had a tornado about 5 minutes ago, a brief funnel that condensed down to the surface, a multiple vortex tornado, and now we're watching to see if we're about to do it again. You can see that strong left to right motion now. So again, this thing is definitely trying. We don't have a tornado solidly planted at this point, but the thunderstorm certainly has strong motion, strong rotation, and could drop a tornado at any time. Okay, let's go back to the shot here. So again, severe storm, golf ball size hail in Henderson, moving towards Gary City and Tipson. Let's go back west. We have 2 tornado warnings in portions of southern North Texas right now. We've got this thunderstorm that has produced a brief tornado southwest of Valley Mills. That's continuing to move off to the east. East-northeast-ish at about 20 miles an hour. It's going to be moving towards Golson. That's going to be moving towards China Springs, Ross, Elmont, maybe Lacey Lakeview, and the city of West in the next hour. Do not be on Interstate 35 when this thunderstorm starts dropping golf ball to baseball size hail over I-35 north of Waco. Tornado warning number 2, that's going to be for this thunderstorm that looks less organized in the rotation department than its counterpart to the south, but is showing a pretty good indication of hail east of Morgan, east of Meridian, east of Highway 174, and this is going to be moving towards Lake Whitney and Whitney, probably staying just north of Laguna Park. Eventually, this could be an issue for Hillsborough and Abbott by about 5:50 p.m. with hail. Back west, this storm on 67 between Dublin and Stephenville has a history of producing baseball-sized hail. That's the storm Alex, Chelsea, and Adam have been on. This storm is not tornadic at this point. It is going to be moving towards the east-southeast towards Alexander, Claret. Staying, honestly, it may pass near Chalk Mountain if it's moving more easterly now versus southeast, but probably going to stay south of Chalk Mountain. Could eventually be an issue to Hiko if it's moving more southeast than this little storm track seems to think. Otherwise, in about an hour, this could be near Walnut Springs to Iredell, and eventually thereafter, maybe passing near Meridian and Morgan again. So again, those are the 2 tornado warnings we have. The most pressing tornado issue in the short term So again, these storms, this one here, moving east at about 20 towards Golson, Ross, China Springs, Elmont, Lacey Lakeview, eventually towards Leroy as well. This storm has the potential for large hail well in advance. We already have hail falling in places like China Springs, Golson. We may have some hail within the next 15 minutes in Ross. Storm then going to be moving off. The tornadic portion of the storm would trail that with larger hail. We could have hail golf ball size or larger. And then if we have a tornado situation, it would be back very near or just southeast of Valley Mills. You can see meteorologist Jason Cooley is in the midst of repositioning, enjoying that camera ability. Jason's really done a good job with outfitting his vehicle with multiple cameras that he's able to switch quickly in the vehicle. So we can keep a view. But again, you can see he's trying to get back ahead of the storm. You can see the base of the thunderstorm back there on the left-hand side of your screen. And you can see as he encounters a wee bit of data issues from time to time, that feed will go in and out. But again, Jason's already visually confirmed one tornado with this storm near Valley Mills. And in all likelihood, this storm is not done. So we're going to have to keep a very close eye on it. Adam, Chelsea, and Alex are on this thunderstorm back on 67. That is showing indications of baseball to softball size hail. And this is going to be moving to places like Claret, Hico, maybe as far north as Chalk Mountain on 67. Should stay well southwest of Glen Rose unless this takes a left turn and goes more east than southeast. But we're just going to have to wait and see. We've got more storms firing farther west. Again, we're going to have a lot of severe storms firing up, it looks like, over the next hour. And understand we're going to be focusing on the most intense storms, which means the tornadic storms mostly. Now, I'll load a loop real quick just so you can see what we've had going on the last couple of hours. And again, you can see we've got a heck of a lot of storms firing up now around Brownwood, possibility of some hail, and most of these storms today are going to be efficient hail producers. We got plenty of instability aloft to support large hail, whether it be south of the outflow boundary where temperatures are in the 70s and 80s, or north of that boundary in places like DFW where we have temperatures in the 50s. So, understand, if I'm not talking about your storm, that's a good thing for you. If I'm talking about your storm, that means it's capable of producing big-time severe weather. If the storm approaching you, I'm not talking about, yes, it could have hail. It could have some big hail, but understand we're having to triage the situation. I'm just one Baldy-in-Chief here, and as big as my head is, I'm afraid sometimes even I have to triage things. Yes, that was sarcasm, by the way. I'm not that arrogant. But again, that's why we've got free interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. We've got interactive weather radar, live storm chasing feeds, and local weather forecasts in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers in the App Store. And those of you who've been asking about a ad-free version of the app, I do believe that is available now if you click on the ... more button. But again, we're going to focus on the most intense storms and try to keep folks up to date. You can see Jason's having to go through Valley Mills now, I believe, to get back east of the storm. And again, for what it's worth, we now have a new tornado warning for McLennan County. This is going to be a tornado warning until... Sorry, I'm multitasking. This is going to be a tornado warning until 5:15. So technically, this is just the old warning. We're going to get a new tornado warning with this pretty soon. So we'll share that with you. And then we've got this severe storm. This is not going to be a tornado warning, but a new severe storm warning for the storm approaching Whitney and Lake Whitney. Rotation's weaker with this storm now, maybe just north of the outflow boundary. Still capable of producing big hail. This could be near the city of Hillsborough by 5:50. We could have golf ball sized hail with this thunderstorm as it's now moving more to the east at 30 miles an hour. So again, we're going to be down to one tornado warning in a minute. We've got storms all the way from Stephenville to south of Gorman to just south of Comanche to just south of Brownwood to north of Brady, all moving either east, northeast, and even one moving southeast. And again, all these storms capable of very large damaging hail. But this storm in northwestern McLennan County near Valley Mills has the potential of producing significant severe weather, including the possibility of a tornado. So again, this storm near Valley Mills moving east at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. This could be a direct threat to places like Ross, Lacey Lakeview, Belmead, and the northern sides of Waco by 5:45 p.m. Those of you in China Springs, Golson, Belmead, Lacey Lakeview, and Ross, you're going to end up under a tornado warning soon, and you will need to take your tornado safety precautions. What are those? I'm glad you asked. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible if you are in a sturdy site-built structure. If you are in a vehicle, if you are in a travel trailer, if you are in a manufactured home, you need to evacuate and move to a sturdy site-built structure nearby, a gas station, a hotel, a restaurant, a friend's house. All right, we've got the new tornado warning now. This is going to be a tornado warning until 6 p.m. for northwestern McLennan, southeastern Bosque, and southern Hill counties. At 5:13 p.m., a possible tornado is located near Valley Mills, moving east-northeast at 25 miles an hour, 13 miles northwest of Waco. This tornado warning does include Golson, Ross, West, Elmont, Lacey Lakeview. This includes the Waco Airport. So again, enact your tornado safety precautions, which we just talked about. This storm, in addition to producing the possibility of a tornado, may also produce damaging hail. You can see Jason is getting out ahead of the storm again. You can see it has what we refer to as a very large rain-free base. You can look under the thunderstorm and see clear sky. That's the rain-free base. That's where air is being ingested up into the thunderstorm inflow. That air is being sucked in, and as it's sucked in, it is then pushed straight up. Now, here's something interesting. You see that on the left-hand side? That funnel-looking appendage? We need to see what that is. And yes, because it looks like a funnel, but I'm not going to say that's surely a funnel. In addition to it possibly not being a funnel, it could just be a scary-looking scud cloud. For it to be a funnel or a tornado, you are going to see rapid rotation and rapid motion. Since we've got such a zoomed-out shot and Jason's moving, we can't see that right now. Now, obviously, if we had full condensation down to the surface, it'd be a bit easier to say that was a tornado, but we'll see what Jason has there again in a second once he gets out of the trees and the terrain. But again, this thunderstorm is clearly capable of putting down a tornado at any time in northwestern McLennan County. So those of you in China Springs, Golson, Ross, Elmont, Lacey Lakeview, West, Belmead, northwest sides of Waco, the Waco Airport, anyone located east of Valley Mills, you need to move to your safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You can see, if I had to guess, I would assume the circulation is there on the left side of the screen. That kind of looks like where we have some scuddy appendages. But again, we'll see what Jason has to say here in a bit. All right, let's get back over to these storms back in Erath County. We've got baseball-sized hail reported by the fire department in Dublin from this storm. So this storm moving towards Hiko, up to Chalk Mound, Glass, probably passing just southwest of Glenrose, moving southeast at about 35 miles an hour, with baseball-sized hail. This will be crossing over 281 between Hiko and Stephenville. This will be crossing over 220 between Chalk Mountain and Hiko. This will be crossing near Iredell by 6 o'clock, Walnut Springs on 144 by 6:05 p.m. We've also heard some unconfirmed reports of tennis ball to baseball-sized hail in Henderson from the storm in East Texas. All right, let's get back east. Let's look at the Henderson storm real quick. The storm should now be east of the city of Henderson. This is generally going to be now moving towards Brakefield and Clayton. Hail core looks weaker than it did, which is good. Still capable of golf ball-sized hail as the storm moves east-southeast at 35 miles an hour. This will be moving towards Gary City by 5:45, Tenaha by 6 o'clock on 84 and 59, passing near or north of Tipson by 5:50. So again, Gary City, 5:45, Tenaha, 6 o'clock, Joaquin by about 6:15, passing just north of Center probably, about 6:15 as well. All right. Let's go back west. So again, I know we have a lot of storms today. Understand we're focusing on the most intense storms. This is not a snub to anyone else, but we need to focus on the highest life safety issues. And that's typically going to be these storms producing tornadoes or big-time hail. This thunderstorm near Stephenville is starting to become more problematic. It looks like this storm may be starting to turn a little more to the southeast. Like these storms out further east, there's an outflow boundary we have to watch. If this thunderstorm south of Stephenville attaches to that boundary, it is going to suddenly go from a relatively cool, stable surface layer with temperatures in the 50s to suddenly having access to warm, unstable surface layer air with temperatures in the 70s and 80s. And that would result in this thing going from just producing baseball-sized hail to producing softball-sized hail and possibly an increased potential for tornadoes. So we're going to need to watch that very carefully. So if that happens, we may see this get upgraded to a tornado warning pretty quickly. But for now, we have one tornado warning. It's going to be this thunderstorm on Highway 6, east of Valley Mills now, crossing over 6 just south of China Springs. This is then going to be crossing over the loop, crossing over, pretty much, it's moving almost right towards the Waco airport, honestly. And Jason Cooley has a good look at it. So let's head back over to Jason Cooley's shot. And you can see this is rain-free base. You can see lots of interesting colors here. Jason's going to be located east of Valley Mills, probably closer to China Springs now. And at this point, we're just watching for this large rotating wall cloud to consolidate. Think of it this way, a skater or a ballerina. When their arms are out and they're rotating around, they spin more slowly than when they bring their arms in, and they start to rotate much more quickly. Same methodology applies to severe storms. Baseball-sized hail reported just east of Valley Mills. Jason Cooley's reporting rapid rotation now. And again, you're watching the same thing I'm watching. We have rapid rotation. Real quick, let's go back to the radar. Again, this is the storm he's on east of Valley Mills, looking at this circulation, moving towards China Springs, Golson, Ross, Elmont, Lacey Lakeview, and Belmead, Waco Airport in northern McLennan County. So looking at Jason's live stream, you can definitely see that rapid rotation. So Jason Cooley's reporting 2 areas of pretty strong rotation at this point. You can also notice the LCLs, the lift to condensation levels. The base of the cloud heights here is pretty low. Lower cloud base heights, we're seeing rapid rotation, and we're seeing the same rotation increase here on the which way the wind's blowing mode on the weather radar. So again, the potential for a tornado in the next several minutes is increasing, with the storm now east of Valley Mills, approaching China Springs, approaching eventually north sides of Waco. So those of you north sides of Waco, Belmead, Lacey Lakeview, Ross, Golson, Leroy, even all the way up to West, although West is probably going to have more of a hail issue. Y'all, get ready. This thunderstorm, in addition to producing a possible tornado, now has a history of producing baseball-sized hail just east of Valley Mills. Also, a storm near Whitney starting to show a bit of a increased low-level circulation. We're going to have to watch that carefully. The storm east of Stephenville also starting to show some increase in low-level organization. That's the storm Adam, Chelsea, and Alex are on. So again, this storm, history of producing baseball to softball-sized hail, now southeast of Stephenville. But we note there's another storm back west towards DeLeon. That could have big hail too. Unfortunately, all these storms out here in the eastern Concho Valley, western North Texas, right now, all these are capable of producing golf ball, baseball-sized hail. Let me turn off the storm tracker mode here. You can see most of these storms are going to be moving east at 35 miles an hour. Some of these storms are going to be moving more northeast. Some of these storms are going to be moving more the southeast. So understand, we're focusing on the most life-threatening storms, but I know we've got a plethora of storms right now. All right, Jason Stream, you can see that cloud-based motion there. He's east of Valley View. And this thing is getting really close to dropping a tornado. Jason Cooley's reporting a tornado. Stand by. Let's go full screen. Oh, tornado. There you go. There's condensation at the ground. So there you can see that condensation there. Those are vortices dancing quickly in a field, hopefully just a field. So you can see rapid rotation in the sky above with those vortices occasionally condensing there at the surface. So that was a very impressive shot of vortices east of Valley Mills. So again, this thunderstorm capable of putting a tornado down at any time. And just because you do not see the condensation at the surface does not mean we don't have something down. Look at how quickly this base is rotating above Jason. Look how large that area of rotation is too. So unfortunately, this could put a sizable tornado down at any point. So those of you east of Valley Mills, China Springs, south of Golson, west of Waco, you need to be in your tornado safe place. Hey, don't go outside looking for this, all right? The folks we use on these videos, these folks have been chasing storms for years. In fact, some folks have underwear older than some of y'all. So understand, you do not need to be going out trying to look at this thing, and one, putting yourself in harm's way, and two, putting others in harm's way if you manage to accidentally have a car wreck or something. So please, take our word for it. It's not worth, your 15 seconds of fame on YouTube, your $20 of AdSense. Be in a safe place and let us tell you where it is. And understand that these storms are dangerous. So again, let me put a storm track on this. This is going to probably be crossing Interstate 35, north sides of Waco, Belmead, Lacey Lakeview around 6 p.m., give or take a few minutes. And we're watching Jason's stream with interest. He's had the occasional tornado touchdown. They haven't been down for long. These have been brief spin-ups. But again, Jason's located right now on FM 185 southwest of Highway 6. This is going to be crossing over Lake Waco. And we may have a circulation. You see those? You may be able to faintly see it. Let me adjust the contrast a bit. Oh, that didn't do what I wanted. I'm going to adjust the contrast. You see those rain curtains on the ground there rotating quickly? That might be a tornadic circulation. What I'm doing is I'm trying to bring those rain curtains out. See that? You can see how rapid all those rain curtains are. Those are possible tornadic circulations. So understand, even though we don't necessarily have a funnel condensed all the way to the ground, this thing... I mean, look, you can see the trees. They're getting bent over in the distance. This thing is trying to put a tornado down. A lot of rain starting to wrap around the circulation, but again, we could have a tornado any second if this isn't already a tornado. This is east of Valley Mills, approaching Waco, Lake Waco. And understand, look how large this circulation has become. So again, I'm just going to put I'm just going to keep his thing full screen. I'm going to put the radar so you can see what I'm looking at, but you don't need to see my face. So again, let me get the radar out of the way. Again, this is a visual of the thunderstorm, and you can see this thing's wrapped up. I mean... classic wrapped up hook. You've got your hook echo on the back southwest side there, northeast of Crawford. Which way the winds are blowing mode. You've got winds in the green moving towards the Waco, moving towards the radar in Granger. You've got the winds in red moving away. Very strong gate-to-gate circulation developing. In all likelihood, we're about to have a tornado in progress if we don't already have a tornado down. Unfortunately, as that rear flank downdraft comes around and wraps around on the backside of the circulation, it is going to obscure the area of rotation with precipitation, becoming a rain-wrapped circulation. Okay, he's repositioning. We're going to keep a very close eye on his stream. Let's go back to this. Let's look at some other storms. This is the only tornado warning we have. Again, this is the only tornado warning we have. Northern McLennan County, possible tornado developing a couple miles west of Waco Lake, or Lake Waco. Pick your dyslexic version of the day. Moving east at about 20 miles an hour. This thing may have taken a bit of a right turn, in which case this is going to place more of Waco, especially the northern half of Waco, up to Belmead, at direct threat from a possible tornado in the next 30 minutes. And understand, there's big hail north of that. Places like West, Elmont, Ross. If the tornado stays to your south, y'all are still going to get blasted by baseball-sized hail. And if anyone from TxDOT, McLennan County Sheriff, or DPS is watching, it would be a very good idea to shut down Interstate 35 between West and Hewitt. Or at least the north sides of Waco and Hewitt, so we don't have cars and trucks and all that traveling on the interstate with a possible tornado about to cross the interstate in the next 30 minutes. But fortunately, all those folks are great about keeping an eye on this stuff. You can see Jason shot there, Adam, Chelsea, and Alex. They are on this thunderstorm now east of Dublin. And this storm is starting to show some indications of rotation in the low levels. But again, it is, I mean, not strong low-level rotation, but enough to keep an eye on. This storm has a history of producing baseball-sized hail. And this thunderstorm is moving off to the east-southeast at about 35 miles an hour. I do not know why we have vehicles and traffic on that highway right now, but come on, folks. This has been forecast for a couple days now. You've got phones chirping at tornado warnings and for baseball-sized hail, and yet we've got traffic jams. This is how people get killed on roads. This is why we are so animate. Please do not be on the road in severe weather. I know it's inconvenient to have to stay at work a little late or stay wherever you are a little bit later, but trust me, it is worth it if you're not hit by a tornado, impaled with debris, or your vehicle thrown into a field. And yes, I'm quite passionate about that. All right, back west. Let me turn off the storm track mode so you can see the hail markers and storm tracks. All these storms moving off to generally east at about 35. But we also have some storms moving more northeast, like this one east of Comanche. Let me switch radar sources. I'm going to try to get y'all a loop of this so you can better estimate what we have going on. I'm just going to give you a quick 1 hour loop. So when you might understand now why I can't just broad brush everything and say it's all moving east at 35. Because look at these storm tracks. These storms are not, just linear movers. They fluctuate. Sometimes they turn a little to the northeast, sometimes southeast. But most of these, generally speaking, are going to be moving more to the east at about 30, 35 miles an hour. We've got the storms around Waco moving at about 20 miles an hour. We've got storms in Hill County moving at about 30 miles an hour. We've got storms, mainly one storm at this point. I'm switching radar sites so you can see this. And then we've had this storm that went through Henderson, moving southeast at about 45 miles an hour. And I'm trying to, there we go. It's loading the data, sorry. Technology and I just never get along. But again, here's the storm near Henderson. This one's been moving southeast at 45 miles an hour, and we've heard of hail damage in Rusk County from emergency management because they had baseball-sized hail in Henderson and around Henderson. So again, just because a storm is not tornadic today does not mean it is not a threat. A lot of these storms are dropping golf ball to baseball-sized hail right now, but we're having to focus on these storms that are capable of also producing tornadoes and, the life hazards they bring. This is why we pay out of pocket. Literally, I pay out of pocket. If you want me to, here, you see a wallet? Look, my wallet. I pay out of pocket every month for the mobile app. I pay out of pocket for interactive weather radars on our website, in the mobile app, the local weather forecasts, the API access for all that. So y'all can have a means of keeping an eye on things in your neck of the woods if we're focused on more pressing storms at the time. I'm not doing that to shun anyone. I'm just literally saying we got to triage situations at times. So if you want to focus or wondering what's going on near you, we've got weather video forecasts from earlier today that tell you the forecast for today, tonight, and tomorrow. And we've got the free mobile app, Texas Storm Chasers, in the Apple app, Google Play stores. We've got our website, TexasStormChasers.com. We've got radar on there. We've got the live videos. We've got the interactive weather radar. And if you're on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel, if you're not, you should be. We've got all these live storm chasing videos. Each feed has its own video feed going with their chaser audio, where you can watch those individually. In addition to this live coverage, I mean, I've got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 computers on the shelf behind me running pseudo servers to provide the live video and all that. So again, we're here to just try to keep y'all informed. And I understand I don't do a great job of it at all times, but those of you in chat rooms, big thank you to our moderators. We could not do this without you. And those of you who are watching if I give information out and then someone comes in, 30 seconds later and asks about something that I may have mentioned already, feel free to answer them nicely. I get it. It's live video. People are coming and going and may miss what I say. All right. Here's Jason heading over Waco Lake. Very organized supercell here. You can see inflow being sucked in. Literally, these clouds just getting sucked into this thunderstorm. That is inflow. Those are some nice apartments. And then you can see the rain-free base. Dark clouds back here to the left. So Jason's in Waco now, getting ahead of this storm. As we head back over to the the how hard the rain's fallen mode and the live feed. Very nasty hail dump now on the northwest sides of Waco Lake. You can see the rear flank downdraft coming on the back side of the storm. Very organized hook echo. And this thunderstorm has the potential to put tornadoes down at any time. We've already had a couple of spin-up tornadoes observed by Jason on his live video this afternoon. And again, this storm is moving east at about 20 miles an hour, which is slower than some of these other storms. That's because this storm's literally dominating its environment. It's what we call a right-moving supercell. I'm a little concerned this storm has turned a little more to the east. If this has turned more to the east, they may have to issue a new tornado warning that includes more of the north sides of Waco. But again, this is what it looks like right now in the how hard it's raining mode. The which way the wind's blowing mode, I realize we have some de-aliasing issues, but again, it doesn't take a meteorologist or a weather weenie to see that this is a problem in storm organization. But again, we don't have any reports of a tornado down right now. The tornadoes we've had so far, at least visually observed today, have been short-lived and weak, probably. I haven't observed any damage. But again, storm's in an environment that could put a tornado down at any time. And as this heads into a highly populated area, that is quite concerning. But as long as you take your tornado safety precautions, you know what? Everything's going to be fine. Look, even if we had a mile-wide EF4 tornado today for some reason, if you take your tornado safety precautions, you in all likelihood are going to be just fine. That's why we tell you, get as low as you can go, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Put on a helmet, put on hard sole shoes. Many injuries that result in fatalities from tornadoes involve injuries to the neck and head, which is why we tell folks to put on helmets, because that can greatly reduce the chance of a fatal injury to the cranium from a tornado. So get away from windows, many walls between you and the outside as possible, in a sturdy, site-built structure. If you are in a vehicle, a mobile home, a travel trailer, a commercial vehicle, that's not going to do it. Evacuate. Go to a friend's house that's in a site-built structure. Go to a local gas station, a hotel, a restaurant, or get out of the way. That's the best tip I can give you. All right, and as I worried, this is turning more to the right. So real quick, let's talk about it. We're probably going to have sirens going off in Waco shortly, if not already. But again, this storm is starting to turn more to the east-southeast now, which increases the threat to the city of Waco and Belmead. So at this point, we would encourage all those in the city of Waco and Belmead to enact your tornado safety precautions. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Do not go outside looking for this thing when it gets close to your location. I understand the human nature is to go outside and look. You want to know what it looks like? Here, I'll show you. There you go. Jason's in Waco dealing with traffic, trying to find a view. And let me tell you, we do not want folks stuck on roads in traffic when this thing comes into town. All right? So please, if you are traveling today, we would strongly encourage no travel now on Interstate 35 between Hewitt, or at least Highway 6, Loop 6 on the south side of Waco, and Interstate 35 all the way north to west. I am hopeful they're shutting the interstate down, or at least blocking traffic to the point where folks won't be able to accidentally drive themselves into a tornado as this crosses the interstate. But again, no travel recommended between Hewitt and west on Interstate 35 as a dangerous supercell thunderstorm with a history of producing baseball-sized hail and tornadoes moves east at about 15 to 20 miles an hour towards Belmead, Waco, Lacey Lakeview. We've got baseball-sized hail likely falling in Lacey Lakeview now, maybe up to Belmead, back west towards the north side of Waco Lake and the Waco Airport. South of that Hook Echo, that's going to be your area of developing circulation and the possibility of where we could have a tornado develop at any time. We now have a severe thunderstorm warning. This thunderstorm near De Leon earlier produced softball-sized hail. We've got softball-sized hail reported 4 minutes ago in De Leon. Those of you in Dublin, you had baseballs earlier. You now have the potential for softball-sized hail coming into town. This storm near De Leon, Dublin, moving east at 40 miles an hour, softball-sized hail. We now have a new tornado warning for McLennan County. This includes Woodway, Beverly, Robinson, all of Waco, Belmead, Hallsburg, Wrightsell, Mart, Axtell. This is a tornado warning until 6:30 p.m. A dangerous supercell with a history of producing tornadoes, baseball-sized hail, is located near Highway 6, west of Waco Lake. This storm is now moving east-southeast at 20 miles per hour. This thunderstorm has the potential to produce a tornado in the city of Waco within 30 minutes or less. This thunderstorm has the potential to produce baseball to softball-sized hail in Belmead, Lacey Lakeview, up to Ross, to north sides of Lake Waco now. And understand, this is one of the situations we worry about greatly. A organizing thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado with big hail about to cross over a highly populated area with a lot of traffic, all right? If you are in Waco, wherever you are right now, you need to get off the road and get into a shelter, all right? This is not a reason for you to be driving around trying to get somewhere. We do not need folks being killed because their vehicles got hit by either a softball-sized hailstone coming through a window or by a tornado. And do not take shelter under a bridge under any circumstance, all right? That's just asking to get killed. Bridges do not provide shelter from tornadoes. Bridges these days essentially funnel the wind and collect and channel debris. Many gruesome tornado fatalities have occurred over the years from folks taking shelter under highway bridges that are hit by tornadoes. Understand, the popular tornado video from Kansas in the 90s, that was a rare bridge type that, they got lucky. Bridges we have these days funnel debris. They collect debris. They are not good places to take shelter from tornadoes. That's how people get killed by tornadoes. And understand, blocking the interstate or blocking roads by parking under bridges in travel lanes, that's how we get traffic backed up everywhere, and then we have a tornado come plowing through if that happens, and that's how we're going to end up with, cars being thrown all about. That's one of our worst concerns, one of our worst case scenarios in the weather world. Just had a 65 mile an hour wind gust at Waco Airport. So again, Waco Airport, just north of Lake Waco, 55 mile an hour winds out of the north. That's going to be winds being pushed into the circulation, pushed, sucked, whatever, right there. If we have a tornado develop soon, it's going to be right there moving into west sides of Waco. This thunderstorm is capable of producing baseball to softball size hail north of where a tornado may develop. And again, this is a situation to where we don't have a confirmed report of a tornado right now, but I have concern it's going to try to spin up as it gets into Waco. If it does, we'll deal with it. If it doesn't, thank God. But understand, we are using this tone to convey the urgency. In fact, Folks in Waco need to get into a site-built, sturdy structure and seek shelter. If everything goes well, there'll be some hail, there'll be some wind, and this will be done by 6:30, and you can go about your day. But understand, we do not need folks trying to go outside and look at this thing. We don't need folks trying to go outside and see what's up. We need folks to get into shelter. You can see Jason, he's looking over the city of Waco west at this circulation. We now have a report of softball-sized hail near Waco Airport. So again, north of this potential developing tornado, softball-sized hail now reported, Waco Airport, north sides of Lake Waco, moving towards northwest Waco, Lacey Lakeview, and Belmead. Rotation is rapidly increasing over Lake Waco, moving towards downtown Waco. This is an urgent call to action. All right, those of you in Waco, please get into shelter now. Get off the roads. Get into a sturdy site-built structure now. Do not go outside looking for this. Do not go outside thinking you're going to get 15 seconds of fame from a tornado coming down your street. Understand, if we have a tornado develop in Waco, the amount of debris we're going to have flying around is going to be very, very life-threatening to anyone trying to be outside and not in a safe place. And understand, I really am hoping we're not going to have a tornado develop here, but we've got alarm bells going off left and right now saying this thing is really trying to drop a tornado. If hopefully everything goes well, we can get through this without a tornado. We can all look back at this video and be like, BaldyinChief was having angry moment for no reason. But understand, this is a situation that is serious. And folks need to be in shelter. Folks need to be in a safe place until this storm passes. And we're going to look at other storms in a minute. This is the only tornado warning we have, I believe. Yes. We have plenty of severe storms with hail, but again, this is a storm that has a history of producing tornadoes, a history of producing softball-sized hail, moving into Lacey Lakeview, Belmead, the city of Waco, circulation over Lake Waco now, that'll be moving into the core of Waco in the next 10 minutes. And again, what Jason's doing right now is looking for areas of tight rotation. There we go, that might be it. Let me get rid of this radar. And again, understand, if we have a tornado develop, it may be wrapped in heavy rain and hail. You may not be able to see it. But we're looking for it. And Jason is looking west. I believe he is probably very near Interstate 35 on one of the flyover ramps there at Loop 6 and 35. He's looking west into Waco, and you can see that tint to the sky. We've got plenty of hail. We've got baseball to softball size hail reported at Waco Airport. We've got baseball, softball size hail moving towards Belmead, Lacey Lakeview. All right. We're going to go back to that in just a second. Again, here's a full screen. Jason's in Waco, possible developing tornado moving into southwest Waco now, moving towards downtown Waco and Beverly Woodway. That's going to be moving east at about 15 miles an hour. This thunderstorm could drop a tornado at any point, and we need folks to be in shelter. Understand? Here's the which way the wind's blowing mode. Circulation's increasing. You've got winds in the red moving towards... winds in the red moving away from the radar down at Fort Hood, winds moving towards in green. We're going to be watching Jason's shot carefully for any indications that we have a tornado down. That could be transformers blowing, debris in the air, or actual visual condensation funnel. Real quick, we've got a line of storms, hail, wind, etc. Big hail, baseball, softball size hail out of the strongest. These storms generally moving east at about 35 to 40, but understand, with a potential life-threatening event about to occur in portions of McLennan County, we need to deal with that, and that's what we're going to be dealing with. We're triaging here. I'm not purposely ignoring all of y'all who are dealing with storms and big hail, but you're not about to have tornadoes, at least right now. And if you have a tornado warning for your storm, we're going to talk about it. We've got a severe storm near Tipson. This could have quartered golf ball size hail that's generally moving southeast at 35 miles an hour. That drops softball to baseball size hail back in Rusk County around Henderson. It looks weaker now. Real quick, let's look at these storms up here, northwest of Walnut Springs. Pretty good hail core now on 67 near Chalk Mound. This is moving east towards Walnut Springs, Morgan. This could eventually be an issue for Hill County. Around Hillsboro, Whitney, Lake Whitney, in about an hour, hour and a half. We've got a storm showing a bit of a hook echo and an area of rotation on Highway 36 northwest of Hamilton, east of Gusting. That storm's moving more due east. That could be an issue for Cranfill's Gap. Farther southwest, we've got a severe storm that could have baseball-sized hail northwest of Goldthwaite. That's going to be near Goldthwaite in about 20 minutes. And we also have a severe storm northwest of Richland Hills, moving east at about 30 miles an hour. That could have large hail. All right, we need to get back to the Waco storm. We're still seeing strong indications this storm could drop a tornado at any time. We're going to go back full screen to Jason. We're just going to watch it with you. And again, at this point, you can see the motion in the clouds at the top. You can see a bunch of rain and probably hail there at the bottom. We don't see any indications yet of debris, power flashes, power lines arcing. But we are seeing extremely strong low-level winds. Inflow is cranking into this thing, so I can't say it enough. This could drop a tornado at any time. You can see the circulation becoming wrapped in heavy rain. So if there's something that drops, we may not be able to see it. But again, so what Jason's looking at, you can see, we're just looking to see if we see any sort of essentially tornado. And understand, what he's looking at there, those are going to be your wrapping rain curtains in and around the circulation. Very strong winds, maybe some hail. And again, we're looking at a tornado warning, a possible developing tornado in the city of Waco, coming up towards downtown Waco at this point. We've got very strong indications of a circulation intensifying, and this could drop a tornado at any time. Those of you in the city of Waco, you should have been in shelter 15 minutes ago, but if you're just hearing this, get in shelter now. Get your butt to shelter now. All right, you are about out of time. If we have a tornado drop, it is going to be in the city of Waco. And again, we're watching. We're doing the same thing as you are. We're literally watching out the window. So again, this is going to be a tornado warning until 6:30 p.m. for McLennan County. A possible developing tornado now in the city of Waco, over Beverly Hills and near Waco. This storm is moving east at 25 miles an hour. This thunderstorm is capable of producing softball-sized hail in Lacey Lakeview, Belmead, Waco Airport. We've had a report of baseball-sized hail along with 63-mile-an-hour winds. And again, so far so good. We haven't seen visual evidence of a tornado down. You know what? We are doing A-okay in that department. If we can get through this without a tornado dropping in Waco, we are going to be good to go. But again, we need to keep folks in Waco in shelter as this thunderstorm continues moving into the city of Waco. We'll go back to a larger view of the radar. Here's the latest radar. You can see that hook echo really in the city of Waco at this point. Beverly Hills up to Waco. We've got a strong circulation over Waco. Hail core with a history of producing softball-sized hail about to move into Northcrest, Lacey Lakeview, Belmead. The storm's moving east-southeast at about 15 to 20 miles an hour. And again, a view from Jason, I believe. Jason's on Interstate 35 now, I believe. Perhaps, honestly. He's on one of the highways, let's say that. I believe he is looking north on 35. And again, understand, we do have other storms further west. These right now, all to the west, we'll go back full screen. These are hailers. These are storms all out here. These could be dropping golf ball, baseball, even tennis ball, softball size hail. These are not tornadic right now. Which is why we're focusing on this thunderstorm in the city of Waco. And yes, we've had that one storm in East Texas with hail. We have nothing going on in DFW up to the Red River. I've gotten some tweets saying, oh, you busted the forecast for DFW. No, if you watch my forecast this morning, you know exactly what's going on right now. And if you didn't, well, that's your fault, frankly. But I'll be happy to explain it. We had a rain-cooled outflow boundary continue moving south this morning. I said that could happen, and if that happened, it would shift to severe weather threat 40 to 60 miles further south. And I think it's safe to say that's what's going on right now, in proximity of this warm front / outflow boundary where we have the highest threat for tornadoes. You can see storms still dropping, golf ball, baseball, softball size hail. Further south, this is where we have temperatures 60s, 70s, and 80s versus 50s in the Metroplex and across portions of Texoma. But again, we have one tornado warning right now. Storms as a whole generally moving east. Bit southeast at 30 to 40 miles an hour. This storm in the city of Waco, moving east-southeast at closer to 25 miles an hour. And again, you can see that hail core ahead of Jason. Switching back over to the super-duper awesome blossom. Hey, I can make up marketing terms. To radar. And again, so far, so good in the tornado department. We still have strong rotation. We could have rear flank downdraft winds of 60, 70, 80 miles an hour coming into Waco right now on the backside of the circulation. But as of yet, this has not put a tornado down, and at least visually that we can confirm. Jason Cooley is in Waco. He's looking at the thunderstorm. You can see quite a bit of rain and hail now with it. The circulation likely wrapped in heavy rain and hail now, meaning any tornado would likely be difficult to see. And again, this is the only tornado warning we have right now. Possible tornado coming up to Interstate 35, pretty much in downtown Waco right now, just north of Beverly Hills, about a mile or two south of Belmead. Moving east, southeast. This is probably going to be crossing over Highway 6 or Loop 6, very near Highway, where 6 starts going east out of Waco. This is where Jason has to be careful not to, 1, get hit by a rain-wrapped tornado, 2, get blown out of, his windows blown out by hail. All right. Goldwave. All right, looking further to the south, we're starting to see a strong circulation develop west of Goldwaith. We'll go back over to the radar so you can see what I'm looking at. This is going to be probably our next candidate for a tornado warning. This circulation is about 15 minutes west of Goldwaith, moving east towards Goldwaith. Those of you in the city of Goldwaith, you're probably about to have a tornado warning. This thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado possibly soon, in addition to baseball-sized hail moving east at 35 miles an hour. Probably going to be paralleling Highway 84 east of Goldwaith towards Avant after it hits Goldwaith. But again, baseball-sized hail, softball-sized hail, the possibility increasing for a tornado in the city of Goldwaith in the next 15 minutes. There's the latest scan. Eventually thereafter, moving towards Center City and Avant. The weather station, we've got one in Goldwaith reporting 85 degrees at the surface. We've got a weather station in Gatesville reporting 81 degrees with a dew point of 70. That is jet fuel to these thunderstorms. So, yeah, these definitely are in an environment supportive of tornadoes, unlike some of these hailers close to Interstate 20. So again, we may have a tornado warning soon for Goldwaith, in which case we'll come back. Waco. Storm, so far so good. Almost looks like it may have shot out a little bit of outflow, which may be why we haven't had a tornado, in which case I am okay with that. But again, possibility of a tornado still in Waco, about to cross over Interstate 35. Then it's going to be moving towards Hallsburg and eventually Mart as the storm moves east-southeast at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. And again, this storm still has a large rotating wall cloud, and this storm is still capable of putting a tornado down at any point. Meteorologist Jason Cooley's reporting the circulation has wrapped up into wrapped up now. It's wrapped up into heavy rain and hail, but it has a lot of rain currents flying into the circulation. So again, this could still put a tornado down at any time. But you know what? So far, so good, Waco, but you need to stay in shelter for at least another 10 minutes if you're west of Interstate 35 in Waco. There could be some big hail and a lot of wind on the backside of the circulation as this storm moves east-southeast at about 20 miles an hour. Jason's repositioning, and we've got a tornado warning for Mills County, a possible tornado located 4 miles west of Goldwaith, moving east at 20 miles an hour. So let's go ahead. We'll take a look. So again, those of you in Waco, stay in shelter. Okay, it's going to be a new tornado warning for Mills County. This is until 6:45 p.m. A possible tornado located 4 miles west of Goldwaith, moving east at 20 miles an hour. The storm could also drop baseball to softball size hail and has a well-defined circulation from the Fort Hood radar. Right there, that's your winds moving towards the radar. Granger, Fort Hood, winds moving away. We'll turn off the super-duper fancy, awesome, blossom marketing term words. Got winds moving away from the radar at about 50, winds moving towards at about 40. So again, 2 storms now capable of producing tornadoes. One in Waco on Interstate 35. Second storm about 4 miles west of Goldwaith, moving east towards Goldwaith in Mills County at 20 miles an hour. This storm is a threat to places like Center City, which is on the Bennett Creek, and then Star. Eventually, if this storm continues, it could be a direct threat to Avant in about 7 o'clock. So let's go back to our other tornado warning. That's going to be this one over Waco. You can see now strongest low-level circulation is going to be just east of Interstate 35, wrapped up in heavy rain. If there's a tornado, it's probably wrapped up in heavy rain, but hopefully we continue to get lucky here and not have a tornado. Tornado would probably be near University Parks Drive, coming up onto Daughtry Avenue, Gurley Lane, Bagby Avenue. And again, this is going to be crossing over Highway 6, Loop 484, where 6 takes a turn off to the east. And then this is going to be moving towards Hallsburg in the next 20 minutes. So again, if you are in Waco, west of Interstate 35, you've still got hail and strong wind, but your threat of a tornado is rapidly decreasing. If you are east of Waco, let me rephrase that. Along and east of Interstate 35 in Waco, stay in shelter. Hallsburg, this potential tornado will be near you within 20 minutes. We're getting reports of golf ball size hail via amateur radio from at Baylor College. Again, reports of golf balls in Waco, pretty much. Okay, so again, we're watching multiple storms here. 2 have tornado warnings. 1, approaching Goldwaith from the west, moving east at 20 miles an hour. 2, 1, east sides of Waco, moving towards Hallsburg at about 20 miles an hour. We're starting to watch some of these other storms exhibit stronger rotation now too. This one north of Hamilton, for example. So Adam, Chelsea, and Alex, they are south of Hiko. They're on this storm north of Hamilton. Their stream's having issues due to data. They're trying to get down here to Avant for this storm. Jason is on this storm east sides of Waco, moving towards Hallsburg. And so far, we have not heard reports or confirmation of a tornado with this in Waco, which is good. You can see Jason is not enjoying his drive at the moment as he tries to reposition, dealing with heavy rain and probably some hail. You can see those rain curtains getting blown around. So again, we have been very fortunate that this has not put a tornado down in Waco from the reports we're hearing. You were watching earlier, we had live video. Jason had a couple of tornadoes spin up west of Waco earlier, east of Valley Mills, and we saw those on his live stream. Again, 2 tornado warnings at this point. If you are along and west of 35 in Waco, you know what? I'd give it till about 6:15, and then you can come out of your shelters. If you are in Waco, along and east of Interstate 35 to Loop 6, stay in shelter till at least 6:20. I'll give you an all clear. Hallsburg, this is going to be in town by 6:30, meaning the intersection of Highway 6 and 164. Eventually, this could also pose a threat to Rizal and Mart. This storm moving east at 20. We've got other storms, but let me do this other tornado warning first, then I'll actually zoom out and tell y'all what we think's going on tonight. Possible tornado developing now 3 miles west of Goldthwaite, moving east into the city of Goldthwaite over the next 10 minutes. This eventually is going to probably parallel Highway 84 for a while. Eventually moving east and paralleling 84 towards Center City and Star and Avant. All right, now I'm going to zoom out to the state real quick. I'm going to turn on the super duper fancy, awesome blossom, I can make up marketing terms too radar. Let me get rid of a few of these cities so y'all can see what's going on. And again, here's what we have going on over the last few hours. You can see we've got needed rain in the Panhandle, not a thing severe with that. We've had a single severe storm in East Texas that continues moving southeast out of Tipson towards Center and Shelbyville. That could have some hail and some gusty winds. That storm, for all intents and purposes, is behaving itself for the moment. We've got supercell thunderstorms moving into the hill country, southern North Texas, south of Interstate 20. The whole DFW Metroplex at this point is in a stable air mass with temperatures in the 50s. Severe weather threat is very low for the Metroplex now. That's good news. Like I theorized this morning with the Texas Weather Roundup this morning, the outflow boundary continued to push south because we had reinforcing thunderstorms helping push it south along the Red River in North Texas this morning. That means the rain-cooled air mass has settled in over the Metroplex, greatly reducing the severe weather threat, shifting it south by 40 to 60 miles, which is why we're dealing with tornadic supercells in places like Waco instead of places like Arlington right now. So that is the theory I said could happen this morning, and it did. Merry Christmas, happy birthday, cookies for me, yippee. Actually, just an energy drink, truthfully. So that's what we're expecting, well, has happened. Now I'm going to show you the high-res rapid refresh model. And this is just going to give a timeline for tonight because we are going to have a severe weather threat shift further south. So let me load that real quick, and then we'll get back to the real-time analyzation. And I'll actually show y'all what's going on by making the radar full screen. All right, so first things first, let me load the model. And I want to see what the model is showing right now. Now, you see, this model's too far north at 6 o'clock. And I'm simply saying that so you can understand the weather model's not perfect. It's a bit too far north with some of these storms, so that could impact some data later. Nevertheless, let's go to 8 o'clock. You can see a couple of scattered storms firing up in the Brazos Valley. those could be somewhat severe. We had that cluster of storms still in southern North Texas organizing, probably starting to move more to the south. Here is 10 o'clock. You can see cluster of severe storms extending from near Georgetown, Brazos Valley, north of Bryan, Centerville, east of Dibble. Some of these are probably going to have strong winds, hail, maybe a couple tornadoes. Heading to midnight, you can see a line of storms. Pretty much Bernie over to Austin, Bryan College Station, some strong storms in East Texas. And again, by this point, the tornado threat's going to be lower, but we're still going to have the potential for a few spin-up tornadoes, the potential for damaging winds, and some pocket change size hail. Hopefully not baseballs, but more of quarter ping pong ball variety. Optimistically, but, you know, optimism sometimes is misplaced in the Mother Nature business. All right, here is 2 a.m. You can see broken line of showers and storms. Organization overall is lower. At this point, a few storms may still be strong. We just had a report of grapefruit-sized hail in Walnut Springs, which is in Bosque County. That is 4.5 inches in diameter. That is bigger than a baseball, bigger than a softball. That is grapefruit. I mean, 5-inch size hail. Wow. Ouch. That is, bad. And then here's 2 a.m. Storm still moving southeast. Here's 4 a.m. You can see we still may have a few storms with some hail, but otherwise, main severe weather threats over. Here's 6 a.m. moving into the Edwards Plateau, south central Texas, Victoria Crossroads. At this point, most storms behaving themselves, and then some heavy rain at 8 a.m. around Victoria. So that's what we're looking at right now. Let's get back, or looking at tonight. See, this is what happens when I start thinking ahead of myself. Let's get back to business at hand. We're going to go from east to west. Let's deal with it. All right, severe storm about to move into center. This could have quarter to ping pong ball size hail. No tornado threat. Back in central Texas, if you are in the city of Waco, along and west of Interstate 35, you are clear. If you are in Waco, west of Loop 6, you are clear from a possible tornado now. So the city of Waco, you're clear to come out. If you are between Highway 6/484 on the east sides of Waco east, you need to remain in a safe place as you move towards Hallsburg and Mart. We still have plenty of rotation with this thunderstorm, but it's looking a little less organized than it did, which is good. That means the storm is likely cycling. Meaning, there's still big hail. This thing still got big, nasty hail, but the threat of a tornado, at least in the next couple minutes, is slightly lower. That being said, do not taunt Mother Nature, or Mother Nature will drop a tornado anyway and hit you on the head with it. All right, we've got storms. Walnut Springs to Hico down to north of Hamilton. These could have golf ball to tennis ball size hail, maybe even baseballs as they move east. We had a report a few minutes ago of grapefruit-sized hail out of Walnut Springs. So actually, I stand corrected. This thunderstorm near Walnut Springs moving towards Morgan, moving towards Copperell, moving towards Lake Whitney, moving towards Whitney, and eventually Hillsboro, is capable of producing softball to grapefruit-sized hail. For measurement purposes, baseball is 2.75 inches in diameter. Softball is 4 inches in diameter. Grapefruit is 4.5 inches in diameter. So understand, that's the kind of hail that will go through roofs. That is the kind of hail that will obliterate any sort of window. And that is the kind of hail that will kill you if it hits you and you're standing outside. So take that storm extremely seriously as it moves east at 30 miles an hour towards Morgan, Copperell, Whitney, Lake Whitney, and eventually Hillsboro in Hill County. Understand, these are not tornadic at this point, and hopefully we can keep it that way, but they are producing, I hate to use this marketing term, but they're literally producing gorilla-sized hail, giant hail. I want to throw up just saying it. But again, that is bad. That is nasty hail. Same thing with this storm south of Hico, moving east at about 25 miles an hour to 30. This is going to be moving towards Meridian. It's going to be staying north of, hopefully just north of Cranfill's Gap, unless it turns to the southeast. But those of you from Clifton to Meridian, this storm's capable of producing golf ball to baseball size hail. All right, down to our Goldway tornado warning. A storm capable of producing a tornado and baseball size hail is near Goldwaith, moving east at about 30 miles an hour. Those of you in Goldwaith should have been in shelter 10 to 15 minutes ago. Center City to Star. On Highway 84, you need to be in a safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right, we've got a tornado warning now. This is going to be for portions of Hamilton and Bosque counties for the storm we were just talking about. This thunderstorm now tornado warned. Those of you in Cranfill's Gap, east of Olin, east of Highway 281, towards Clifton and Meridian. This is a new tornado warning until 7 p.m. Central Time. At 6:17 p.m., a possible tornado is located 9 miles south of Hico or 12 miles northeast of Hamilton, moving east at 30. This tornado will be near Cranfill's Gap at 6:35, Meridian State Park about 6:50, Meridian around 6:55, Clifton around 7 o'clock. This tornado warning also includes Norris and Ferry. So if I just named out any of your communities, you are in a tornado warning. This thunderstorm is also capable of producing softball-size hail. This thunderstorm near Walnut Springs to Morgan has a history of producing hail larger than the size of softballs. This thunderstorm, both these storms, frankly, whether you're talking about the 4 to 5 inch hail or the tornado, are both capable of really ruining your day. So please take them seriously. And again, we're dealing with so many storms now, we're having to try to triage this. This storm is now out and east of the city of Waco. If you are in the city of Waco, you are clear from this thunderstorm. But understand, you have additional severe storms capable of producing softball to grapefruit size hail, giant hail, and maybe tornadoes approaching you again probably by 8 o'clock from the west, if not sooner. You're not done if you're in Waco, but you're done for at least the next 30 to 45 minutes. Possible tornado now on Highway 6, about 3 miles southwest of Holsburg, moving east-southeast at 25 miles an hour. Tornado warning continues for eastern McLennan County until 6:30. And again, we'll see what the Weather Service does if they put a tornado warning on this or a severe warning. Either way, that storm is mean, mad, and not very happy. So again, if you want to know what's going on in your neck of the woods, Texas Storm Chasers Interactive Weather Radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. We've got free interactive weather radar there. We've got free interactive weather radar on our free mobile app, Texas Storm Chasers, in the Google Play, Apple App Stores. And if you really just want an easy way to download it, open a web browser, type in texasweather.app, and that'll take you right to the mobile app and allow you to keep an eye on the sky with storms in your neck of the woods. So again, we've got 3 tornado warnings right now. Tornado warning for eastern McLennan County until 6:30. We'll see what they do with that. Tornado warning until 7 o'clock for northeastern Hamilton and southwestern Bosque counties. And a tornado warning until 6:45 for eastern Mills County. These are all in southern North Texas or central Texas if you prefer. And then we've got a plethora of severe thunderstorm warnings. The storm near center and east Texas, capable of producing ping-pong ball-size hail, winds of 60. That's going to be in Shelby and northeastern St. Augustine counties. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing baseball, softball, grapefruit-size hail from east of Walnut Springs to Meridian, west of Meridian, down to Goldway, down to Brady, to north of Mason. And again, understand, these are your classic Texas springtime, holy moly, guacamole, massive hailstorms. You know, we get 1 or 2 days a year where we can see, like, hailstones 5 inches plus. Apparently, today is going to be one of those days. So, unfortunately, bad. All right, we've now got 4.5 inch hail reported 2 miles east of Waco with this thunderstorm. So this thunderstorm is dropping grapefruit-sized hail. And nothing good is going to come of that. We've got live video from Alex, Chelsea, and Adam. They are in Hamilton. They are on these western storms. They're moving to position themselves for this storm near Goldwaith. Jason is going to be closer to Rysel and Hallsberg to keep an eye on this storm moving east away from Waco. If y'all want to watch the live video, by the way, from each of our chasers, you can watch each of their streams individually on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. They've got their audio running. So if you want to watch their streams without, full screen with audio, you can do that on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. Those streams are also technically on the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app and website. Here's a look at Jason's stream. You can see what he has. Pretty good wall cloud there, it looks like. He's got a rain-free base. With this thunderstorm, we don't see anything down. But again, this thunderstorm, in addition to the potential of producing tornadoes, is producing 4 to 5 inch diameter hail, which is larger, much larger than a baseball, larger than a softball, the size of a grapefruit. I mean, honestly, here, you want a comparison real quick. Here, about the size of this medicine bottle. Up against my head. Vitamin bottle, whatever. So again, these are not only destructive hail, these are producing giant hail. 4 to 5 inches in diameter. You can watch each of these live streams individually on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel, by the way, with their audio, if you want to watch them in addition to live coverage or instead of live coverage. Jason's on the storms now from Rysel to Hallsberg, east of Waco. Adam, Alex, and Chelsea are going to be intercepting this storm near Goldwaith. And again, we're just getting nasty pictures of hail on social media, Twitter. We're getting tagged on Instagram, Facebook. That's just not good. Here's a little thing that's becoming a problem. That new little appendage there, a new circulation developing now. It looks like east of Highway 6, northeast of Rysel, moving towards Mart. That might be a new circulation developing, which could result in an uptick in low-level organization. We'll take a look at Jason's stream again, and you can see he is looking at that, I believe. A lot of rain and hail now, making it more difficult to see with the lighting. And again, rain-wrapped circulations are certainly nothing new, unfortunately. That storm east of center, moving into Shelbyville and far east Texas, now capable of producing golf ball to baseball size hail, moving towards Huxley, Goober Hill, Patroon, and eventually the northern Toledo Bend Reservoir with that severe storm east of center. If you want to track it, well, here, I'll show you. The one right here, but you can track it in our interactive weather radar if you'd like. So again, a couple tornado warnings while we watch Jason's stream. I'm just going to read them aloud for you. We've got a tornado warning, possible tornado located just southeast of Hallsberg, moving towards Mart in eastern McLennan County. That storm has a history of producing softball to grapefruit size hail, 4 to 5 inches in diameter. Tornado warning now approaching Cranfill's Gap, Highway 22 between Cranfill's Gap and Meridian. This storm capable of producing softball-size hail and a tornado. Severe thunderstorm now on Highway 174 approaching Lake Whitney. Near Morgan, has a history of producing softball-size hail and grapefruit-size hail, 4 to 5 inches in diameter. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Goldwaith, perhaps baseball-size hail on Highway 84, generally moving east-southeast now. A little bit of a right turn that's going to place it near Center City. Eventually, this could be an issue if it continues turning more to the southeast for Adamsville on Highway 281 by 7:15 p.m. So again, all these storms, they're just, I mean, these are insane hailers. All right, this thing near Mart, that's a problem. I don't like that. That is a Rappy Hook of Doom, and Rappy Hooks of Doom tend to be problematic in the spinny Doom department. So again, this storm approaching Mart, capable of producing a tornado and extremely large to giant hail. Giant hail, 4 to 5 inches in diameter. That is the size of a softball to a grapefruit. We have a new tornado warning. This is going to be for eastern McLennan County, southwestern Limestone County, northeastern Falls County. At 6:26 p.m., a severe storm capable of producing a tornado is located over Mart, technically Highway 164 between Hallsburg and Mart, or 14 miles east of Belmead, east of Waco, moving east at 25. This storm is capable of producing softball-sized hail and a tornado. You can see in terms of the how hard it's raining mode, a clear defined hook echo. This is going to be your rear flank downdraft. Winds on the backside of this thunderstorm wrapping around into the circulation. And then you would have winds here moving into the circulation, your inflow. So that is the tornado warning there. This tornado warning includes Rizal, Otto, Ben-Hur, just west of Groesbeck, Mart, and Prairie Hill. In terms of timing, let me read some of that real quick. This is going to be near Mart now. Groesbeck around 7:15 p.m. So again, storm moving like that. So those of you in Groesbeck, if for some reason we get lucky and the tornadic portion of the circulation passes south of Groesbeck, Groesbeck is going to get annihilated with 4 to 5 inch hail possibly. That is baseball, softball, grapefruit. And again, both hazards are very dangerous. We've got a severe storm approaching Cranfill's Gap, still showing a strong indications of rotation aloft. The potential for baseball-sized hail. This is going to be passing over Cranfill's Gap, moving towards Clifton. Down the road, if this storm turns more easterly, it may move towards Meridian. This storm on Highway 174 near Morgan has a history of producing softball-sized hail moving towards Copperell, eventually may move towards Whitney in the next 30 minutes as it moves east at about 30. This storm's making a beeline right now towards Hillsborough, Carl's Corner by 7:20 p.m., and as of right now, the storm remains capable of baseball-sized hail. This storm east of Goldwaith, in terms of circulation, seems to be the weakest one of our tornado-warned trio at the moment. Still capable of producing damaging hail. But we may not have too much of a tornado issue with that. This one that Jason's on near Mart, problematic. This thing's wrapping up on the radar. Here you can see very strong rotation from Jason's view. Well, we have it's called a bounded weak echo region showing up on radar. Let me small that down. Radar is radar, but when you can see it visually, that's better. So if we get a tornado, we may have it here in front of Jason any minute. This circulation is wrapping up, that hook echo wrapping back into the storm. As a ballerina brings their arms in, they can spin faster. Same thing goes for an ice skater, and the same methodology applies to this. So again, you can see that horrific hail core dropping, grapefruit-sized hail, 4.5 inches in diameter, north of Highway 6, north of 164 for now. With in the background there with that super green tint, and then you have this area of very strong rotation approaching Mart. So if you are in Mart and eastern McLennan County, you need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, this is a live video shot from meteorologist Jason Cooley from near Mart. You can see well-defined rotating wall cloud there. You can see the strong left to right rotation in the foreground. If you look on the right side of the image, you can actually see what we call an inflow tail or a beaver tail. That is a cloud essentially of inflow being sucked into the circulation and corkscrewed wrapped around it. So if I wanted to draw with a whiteboard, let me see if I can do that real quick. I might be able to. Let's see if this will let me. Here we go. This is your inflow. Your beaver tail inflow wrapping around here. There's your circulation. It's wrapping around like this. Here you've got rear flank downdraft. That's your RFD. I know my handwriting's about as atrocious as a pre-K. There's your rear flank downdraft right there. And again, you can see well-defined, that rear flank downdraft starting to clear out the cloud line over here. This is your wall cloud. These are your winds coming in, rain and hail wrapping around the backside of the circulation. And then this is your area of strong rotation with the wall cloud there. Don't see any visual evidence of a tornado right now. We'll see if one's able to spin up. The storm is showing a very strong circulation again on radar as I switch back over to give you that look. You can see we've got strong circulation being wrapped around into the storm there. Your little gate-to-gate circulation there, not super strong. There's your hook echo. And again, we're just going to be watching Jason's stream carefully. All right, let's zoom back out. We've got hailers now, almost a small cluster of storms, which hopefully would reduce the tornado threat and eventually the big hail threat. But unfortunately, we're also having to monitor for damaging winds with these. Again, these storms generally moving east, 30, 35 miles an hour. Morgan down to Cranfield's Gap could bring an additional round of big hail wind to Hillsborough and Waco over the next hour. We've also got a problem down here. We're starting to see discrete storms firing up northern Bexar County, west of New Braunfels. These storms, as they continue to develop, are going to have to be watched very carefully. As they continue to do so, they may become supercellular, and like the storms to the north, they may be in an environment supportive of all modes of severe weather. Big hail, wind, maybe even a few tornadoes. So again, we're going to need to watch that carefully. And I'm just setting up my monitors over here. All right. So again, severe thunderstorm warnings. If you're in one this evening, could have big hail, big wind. Tornado warnings, all those, plus the potential for, well, tornadoes. And again, we're going to have to watch these new storms starting to fire up by themselves in the hill country in south central Texas. Those have the potential to become supercellular if they are able to develop. We'll see. All right, you can see as we head back over here, you can see pretty good velocity signature now with this storm near Mart. Again, we're looking at the which way the wind's blowing mode. You've got winds moving towards the radar in Granger. That's in the greens, winds moving away from the radar in Granger there. You can see your shear axis right here just southwest of Mart in conjunction with that hook echo. And the supercell, in terms of the reflectivity structure, honestly is continuing to improve. That hook that we were talking about a few minutes ago that wrapped up into the storm did so, and it already looks like an additional new circulation on the southern flank of the storm is developing. So again, this storm continues to show indications and favorability of producing a tornado at any time. In addition to softball-size hail. Okay, so that is this tornado-warned storm. Again, possibility of baseball, softball-size hail now falling in Mart. We're seeing a pretty good low-level circulation south of Highway 164 now. This could be a threat to Thornton, with the main hail threat moving towards Groesbeck. This storm moving east at about 25 miles an hour, at least east-southeast. Again, these supercells can vary somewhat in their direction. All right, putting the storm tracker mode on. Gross spec about 720, maybe a bit sooner than that. Thornton, again, you could have issues with that storm as well, especially with the circulation. Jason has found the data hole of doom, it would appear. And at least I think he has. Let me make sure of that. Yeah, he has. Jason's feed has frozen. I mean, there's going to be some data issues from time to time. But again, that feed will return in a moment. We've got this storm on 22 from Cranfield's Gap up to Meridian. Could still have a tornado, but honestly, I'm more concerned about hail at this point. And then these storms firing up in the eastern Concho Valley that'll be moving into the hill country, starting to what we call line out. Notice how versus individual supercells are starting to see them in a line, which is good. That'll help bring the threat for, softball size hail down, but we could also start to see an uptick in damaging wind potential. And then we're going to watch for any sort of cells that fire up by themselves here in the Brazos Valley or the hill country, like this one west of New Braunfels. But for now, that storm does not appear to be taking off, at least yet. But we're going to watch it carefully. New Braunfels is currently 84 degrees, a dew point of 68, south-southeast winds at 14 miles an hour, allowing for a strong low-level wind shear. If we get storms to develop out by themselves, we're going to have to watch them carefully. And again, if you were here when I showed the high-res rapid refresh model a bit earlier, that model did indicate some of that mischief developing. So again, we have 3 tornado warnings right now. Tornado warning number 1, and the most dangerous storm in the tornadic department right now is near Mart, moving east-southeast at about 25 miles an hour. This is going to be moving towards Thornton and Groesbeck. Let me go ahead. We'll put a tracker on it. I'm going to put it, and again, this is for, I'll put it on the hail version too there. And again, notice I'm giving it a little bit of room here simply because I'd rather be a little early than late in terms of timing arrival here. So Groesbeck by 7:05, Thornton by 7:10. Those of you in Thornton and Groesbeck, Ben-Hur, this is about to be right on top of Ben-Hur. You need to be in a safe place. We're likely seeing very strong winds on the backside of the circulation in Mart right now. We could have winds 60, 70, 80 miles an hour in Mart. And this all is moving towards Ben-Hur. It's going to be crossing what is that, FM 614? Come on, show me, show me, show me. Please be nice. I do not want to be Spice. Was that Limestone County we're getting into? So that might be Limestone County Road 614 out here. So again, that is the most organized in the low-level spinning department right now. No recent reports of a tornado. And we've got other storms as well. And by the way, for what it's worth, you may be seeing some of our live storm chasing video on networks like the Weather Channel, Fox Weather, etc. These chasers with Texas Storm Chasers, we have their live video, obviously, but they also sell that video for live use to the national media outlets. That's kind of how they pay for their gas and stuff while storm chasing. So, yeah, you've probably seen a lot of Jason's video today on some of these national networks. Oh, which is okie dokie. So again, we are live on the YouTubes, the Tweeters, the Twitch, the Facebag. We better be on the Facebag. I'm going to double check that real quick. And yes, for those of you who are weather weenies, you probably recognize that terminology from James Spahn as well. And we're also on TikTok. We are starting to see a little bit of additional storm organization further south. Nothing severe yet, but this storm west of New Braunfels near, I'm going to mess this up, Boulevard 281 at 46 is starting to show indications of developing a hail core loft, moving towards eventually Canyon Lake, Fisher, Wimberley, and if this turns right, could be an issue for San Marcos. So this could become a supercell thunderstorm over the next 30 minutes. So again, we still have 2 other tornado warnings. It's going to be a tornado warning southeast of Cranfell's Gap. Now, if you're in Cranfell's Gap, you're clear from this tornado warning. This is going to be pretty much almost right on Neels Creek Stream between Cranfell's Gap, southwest of Clifton, moving east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour. And again, this storm generally moving towards Clifton, Valley Mills, Aquila, eventually northern McLennan and Hill counties. But the good news is, I do believe we've lost a tornado warning. The Weather Service is allowing the tornado warning for this storm east of Goldwaith on Highway 84 near Center City and Star to expire. So this tornado warning between Goldwaith and Avant is gone. No more. Bye-bye. Adios. Au revoir. I'll be saying goodbye. No more tornado warning there. That storm is capable of still producing hail. So we're down to 2 tornado warnings right now. With this thunderstorm now near Mart, moving towards Thornton, definitely concerning. Seeing a lot of wind action on the which way the wind's blowing mode here. No recent ground reports. Jason's down there. His video's out, so he's encountering the magical super-duper problematic issue with data at the moment. And again, a lot of people are asking where you can get the free Texas Storm Chasers app. We have a free app. It also, I believe, has a built-in function to where you can pay a couple bucks a year and have no ads with it, but the app is completely free. We don't charge for the data. It has interactive weather radar, live video, your local weather forecast. You can find it by searching for Texas Storm Chasers in your phone's app store. If you're using an iPhone or an iPad, just open up the App Store, Texas Storm Chasers. If you have an Android device, open the Google Play Store. It is there under Texas Storm Chasers. Excuse me. But again, this thing means business. This thing has attitude. This thing looks like it wants to be a mini pants. Right now, circulation is over Ben-Hur, south of Highway 164, while big time hail is on 164 from Mart all the way east, moving towards Groesbeck. Jason's stream is out for now. But again, he will probably be back sooner rather than later. Let me make sure the stream isn't out on just my platform. Jason's streaming live video to our YouTube channel, by the way, so you can watch any of these individual videos on our YouTube channels with the Storm Chaser audio. We've also got live streaming video from Adam Lucio, Chelsea Burnett, and Alex Bartholomew. I'm just looking to see. Yeah, everyone's having issues with data right now. But as soon as we get their live videos back, we will show it to you. But for now, I guess we can head back to the bigger version of my head. It is 6:46. I'm Texas Storm Chaser's David-Reimer. It's the 26th of April, 2023, working a severe weather outbreak across portions of southern North Texas, Central Texas, soon to include the Hill Country. We have a couple tornado warnings and a few severe storms at this point, and we have additional storms rapidly increasing in intensity now in the Hill Country, west of New Braunfels. That could be a problem. As those continue to develop, the threat for hail will increase. A possible tornado now located near Ben-Hur, moving off to the east-southeast at 25 miles an hour. This is going to be crossing over Highway 14 in the next 20 minutes. Groesbeck, probably 7:15, 7:20, maybe 7:10. Honestly, it's probably going to start hailing in Groesbeck here in the next 10 minutes, and it may just keep on going for a while as the hail core is riding 164 all the way back west of Mart. Threat for a tornado right now is high as south of 164, generally from Ben-Hur, Limestone County Road. You know what? Let's just press some buttons. I'll get some roads on here. Give me just a second. It's going to be... So we get into Limestone County. This is going to be coming up on Limestone County Road 622, 621, 625, Smoky Road, south of 164. If you switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. Now, this velocity does look somewhat noisy here, but a well-defined supercell storm, still getting plenty of inflow. Pretty good circulation wrapping winds around on the back side of the circulation, so we're likely seeing a lot of rain and hail with 60 to 70 mile an hour winds from Ben-Hur down to Otto. And this is about to move into Limestone County. I think probably the tornado is going to stay just south of Groesbeck. But if this thing starts to occlude as circulation moves northeast, it could definitely make it into Groesbeck. Groesbeck, you definitely have a pretty high chance of hail over the next several minutes, and as we get into the 7 o'clock hour. I just wanted to see if Jason's stream has returned. It has not. Once it's back, we'll switch back over to it. But good news is for folks in DFW, we'll look at DFW real quick. It's raining. There's nothing else going on. That's because the storms this morning, like I said, might happen, pushed the warm front, the more unstable warm air mass, south of the Metroplex. So that's why it's in the 50s. It's sprinkly and rainy in the Metroplex right now, but the severe weather threat shifted south by about 60 miles. So if that hadn't happened, we'd have softball-sized hail and tornadoes in the Metroplex right now. All right, so let's see. You know, the good news is with this storm back near Clifton, I mean, it still has a bit of a circulation. Apparently, the radar just went cowie, for the lack of a more meteorological term, but we'll see. It's riding the Neals Creek stream right now, probably about to intersect the North Bosque River, south of Clifton, if there's a circulation there. If the Weather Service is going to put a new tornado warning out, they're going to have to do it pretty soon. But I'm not sure they're going to. This storm's still severe, capable of producing large hail for sure, but not super confident on the tornado threat with that right now. Otherwise, we have severe storms moving east-southeast at about 35 miles an hour. I say that, keep in mind, this storm near Clifton still has rotation. There's still a tornado warning on it. We'll see if it gets extended. And then this thing near Groesbeck to Thornton definitely has rotation and is capable of producing a tornado, baseball-size hail, damaging winds, and quite a bit of heavy rain. Real quick, I want to read a discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Okay. That's a purple box. You see, that's a little short-term discussion issued by the Storm Prediction Center that allows us to... It just helps keep us updated on the overall environment. So what I'm doing is I'm pulling that up off screen to read it real quick. I'll read it out loud with y'all if you'd like. Summary: large damaging hail with the potential for some tornadoes will continue with a supercell or two east-southeast of Waco through 8 to 9 p.m., while the risk for damaging winds becomes the more prominent threat, with storms now approaching Waco from the west. And that makes sense. So we may also see a new tornado watch issued for parts of the Brazos Valley and East Texas here soon as these storms start to make more progress to the southeast. And we are going to keep watching this storm west of San Marcos, capable of producing small hail right now. This is going to be north of Bulverde, coming up to Spring Branch on 281 Canyon Lake. Moving right now, the storm's moving pretty much northeast towards Fisher and slowly intensifying. If this storm is actually able to become a supercell, what we may see it do is turn more to the east-northeast, and that would place Dripping Springs, Wimberley under the gun, assuming the storm can develop and mature. So that's just something we're going to watch. Jason's stream is back. So Jason's located in Thornton, Texas. So it's going to be with this cell. Very nice hook echo now, visually. You can see his stream there. We still got good velocity. We'll just head back and look at his stream full screen. You can see we're dealing with more of a rain-wrapped high precipitation supercell now versus the very well-defined clear look we had earlier. So that is the storm. At this point, you and I and everyone watching, we're just keeping an eye on it. Let's see what we can peek. Unfortunately, as you deal with low-level circulations involving heavy rainfall, they become very difficult to see. What I'm doing now is just making that a little larger. I'm not blocking any part of the circulation. I just want y'all to be able to see the radar for visual representation. You can see starting to get that rear flank downdraft swinging around. You can see some base, some motion in the cloud base. Some very strong low-level inflow is what Jason's reporting, which makes sense. He's in Thornton. There, you can see he's looking back northwest. You can see that circulation, wrapped in rain, has a lot of motion to it. So that's where Jason is. He's looking back northwest, trying to see through the rain with the camera to see if there's any sort of ground circulation. We are seeing pretty good low-level rotation with the radar, not a holy moly guacamole. There is definitely a tornado there circulation, but one that is definitely strong enough to support the possibility of a rain-wrapped tornado. Unfortunately, rain-wrapped tornadoes, you're not going to see it typically unless you get lucky or it hits you, which is not getting lucky. If you get hit by the rain-wrapped tornado while you're chasing, that just means you did something wrong, and that's not something to be accomplished about. That's something to be ashamed of. All right, we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Bosque, Hill, McLennan counties. That's going to be for this thunderstorm back further to the northwest. They're going to let the tornado warning go, so we're only going to have one tornado warning, and it's going to be the storm southeast of Waco. The storm near Clifton has the possibility of producing baseball-size hail. Winds of 65 miles an hour. That's going to be moving east-southeast at 40 miles an hour. This thunderstorm is going to be in Waco. Did they not put times on here? Oh, sad. The storm essentially going to be coming up on I-35 again from south of Hillsboro to Abbott to West, Ross, Lacey, Lakeview, Belmead, and Waco. You can see a good shot of the structure off the Thornton Groesbeck storm from Jason. There's an inflow bunch of inflow. He's going to start repositioning, so we'll get back to the live radar. Again, let me put a tracker on this, and I'll give you all some times. Again, this is generally moving east-southeast at about 40 now. So Valley Mills, about 7:05. Crawford, about 7:15. Waco, about 7:35. Belmead, 7:35. Lacey Lakeview, 7:35. Ross, 7:30. West, 7:25 to 7:30. Abbott, 7:25 to 7:30. Leroy, 7:40. Penelope, 7:40. Malone, 7:45. Hubbard, 7:50. Golson, 7:20 to 7:25. Aquila, the next 15 to 20 minutes. And again, that is from this specific hail core near Clifton. There are other storms out here, meaning you may get other storms first. So that is that severe thunderstorm warning, with that storm capable of producing baseball-size hail moving back towards I-35 and Southern Hill and McLennan counties. Apparently, Jason Cooley's Texas Storm Chaser's hat has been sacrificed to the storm. The strong inflow winds ate the hat, and now the hat is gone flying away. So apparently, we're going to have to start a fundraiser to get Jason a new Texas Storm Chaser's hat. Sad. I guess that means I have to order more hats. Sad. All right, this storm down in portions of the hill country northwest of New Braunfels near Spring Branch to Canyon Lake may have some nickel-sized hail in it now, moving northeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour, moving towards Wood Creek, Wimberley, Dripping Springs. If this thunderstorm shows any additional intensification, a severe thunderstorm warning may be required. So we have one tornado warning now, and that's going to be for this circulation about 4 to 5 miles northwest of Thornton, trying to run Jason over and break out his windows with hail. Apparently, the storm just ate Jason's Texas Storm Chaser's hat, so we're going to have to get Jason a new Texas Storm Chaser's hat. Which probably means I'm going to have a lot of comments asking, how can I get a hat? Well, the answer is, right now, no one can get a hat because I don't have... You may have caught that in time. The weekly weather radio test. Scared everything out of me. But we'll order hats here soon, and I'll put some up for purchase and all that. But would not be shocked if the storm, again, coming up to Canyon Lake, Spring Branch, Fisher has a severe thunderstorm warning on it soon, in which case we'll talk about it. That's down the hill country. That storm continues to slowly intensify. We've got this storm about 3 to 4 miles northwest of Thornton, moving east-southeast at about 25 miles an hour, capable of producing a rain-wrapped tornado, baseball-sized hail, and winds of 70 miles an hour. So we head over to Jason's stream. You can see a lot of precipitation, a lot of scary-looking clouds. And about what you would expect with a high precipitation supercell. All right, we'll go back to the radar. So again, that is the only storm with a tornado warning right now. It's going to be moving towards Thornton, Groesbeck. Tornado's probably going to stay southwest of Groesbeck by a few miles, but Groesbeck proper, you're going to get hail here shortly. Should this storm continue, it could be a threat to places like Farrar, Donnie, and eventually Marquez, Centerville in the next 2 hours. Looks like we have a new tornado watch until 1 a.m. Central Time. This is going to include Central Texas, the Brazos Valley, and East Texas. Once the details from that watch are issued, I will get that out. And to the Discord chat, we did have a merch store. I just need to get a new one set up. And frankly, that's just been me being lazy. So you can bonk me on the head with a mallet if you want. And if it makes you feel better, I have a mallet. Get a mallet. All right, let's press some buttons. Webcam, please stop trying to focus on anything but my head. Thank you. We'll get that fixed. Ooh, 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 buttons. Ooh, motorized camera. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, so there's that. That storm near Canyon Lake starting to intensify. Could have some quarter-size hail now, it looks like. And the tornado watch. Actually, not overly large tornado watch. Let me see if it is out on the graphic system yet. It is not. But tornado watch is going to go from San Marcos, Austin, Bryan College Station, east to Conroe, east through the Piney Woods of East Texas, all the way to Jasper, Center, Lufkin. So pretty much this storm down here north of New Braunfels to Conroe to Jasper north. All right, and notice we do have a few storms firing out ahead of this main supercell in portions of the Brazos Valley now. Those storms, for now, just some small hail. This storm, let's go back to Jason's feed while I talk about this, showing a stronger area of circulation now, passing maybe 3 miles northwest of Thornton. This is going to be crossing over Highway 14. Jason's looking up Highway 14. You can see that sign. He is about 8 miles southwest of Groesbeck, or about 20 miles southwest of Mahia on Highway 14. I love it when those street signs are placed to a point to where I can see that. And again, Jason's about to get blasted by a rear flank downdraft, it looks like, and that probably has a lot of hail in it, so he's probably not going to want to play in that just because, you know, glass is expensive. Further west, severe storm could have 60, 70 mile an hour winds, golf ball to baseball size hail coming up from Whitney down to Valley Mills, moving towards Abbott, West, Ross, Lacey Lakeview, Belmead, and Waco. That storm moving east-southeast at about 40 miles an hour. And because we didn't have enough going on, let me turn this other stuff off. This blue box of doom, which you can't see, but I'll show you now. Blue box of doom, that's a flash flood warning. It's going to be a flash flood warning from Walnut Springs, Iredell, Meridian East through Morgan, Whitney, Lake Whitney, Blum to Itasca, Carl's Corner, Hillsboro to Abbott. That includes Interstate 35 from pretty much Abbott up to Itasca, I-35 from Abbott up to Milford, and for all technicality, that includes 35W and 35E. I'm just not going to take the time to mention it because, well, I'm me. Ooh, that looked like a good low-level view from Jason. Let's pop back. Does Jason have a good look at the low-level mesocyclone of this storm? I cannot tell. There are buildings, so he's probably going through Thornton right now. And again, I'll build a better layout to where we can have Jason's camera or Adam's camera and just the radar in bigger boxes before we deal with more severe storms on Friday. See the latest radar scan coming in. We'll get the warnings back on. That circulation wrapping up just north of Thornton. Jason's taking a look there. There's something, we're going to get a look at it. I don't see anything super spooky. I mean, the clouds are obviously spooky, but, you know, I don't see any sort of ground circulation tornado at this point, which is good. Again, this storm continues to move east-southeast. They're probably going to put a new tornado warning on it for the circulation near Thornton, so that tornado warning would extend downstream to places like Farrar, Donnie, probably almost to Marquez and Hewitt there on Highway 79. But again, the storm is moving at about 25 miles an hour, so it's not moving super fast. We'll keep an eye on his stream. Oh. So he's heading east out of Thornton down FM 1246 down towards Oletha. And that's pretty much where this circulation is going to be trying to make it towards, down 1246 towards Oletha. All right, we've got a new tornado warning now. This is going to be a tornado warning for Limestone County until 7:45 p.m. There you go. This tornado warning is for the circulation near Thornton. This tornado warning is going to include Oletha, Old Union, Farrar, Groesbeck. It technically goes all the way up towards Forest Glade and Mahia. There's going to be hail between Bahia and Groesbeck, Forest Glade and Groesbeck. The tornado is not going to get anywhere near Bahia unless we have some really funky stuff happen. We're also going to have to see what happens in terms of some interesting meteorology as this activity southeast of the storm. This storm's going to try to eat these showers. As that happens, two things are going to either happen. One, that's going to weaken the circulation and cause the storm to become more disorganized. Or two, it eating the shower can actually jumpstart the circulation, give it a boost, and increase the potential for tornado genesis. We've got golf ball size hail reported by Stephen Jones, 5 miles southwest of Avant. So that's going to be, I believe, with this storm, this is going to be golf ball size hail reported by our storm chaser, Stephen Jones. It's going to be on Highway 281, about 5 miles south of Avant, moving towards Gatesville, Fort Gates, Pigco, Coppers Cove, eventually Fort Hood, and Killeen. This storm appears to be behind an outflow boundary, so this is going to be a wind maker and a hail maker, but probably not a tornado maker, because that outflow has cut off the warm surface inflow within the lowest few hundred feet of the storm, thus making it much more difficult for a tornado to form. Storm near Valley Mills, continuing to produce large hail. And the potential for strong winds, having a lot of de-aliasing issues. That's where the radar, you see these funky colors here, it's just where the radar is having issues telling me which way the wind's moving mode. Not seeing any strong rotation, the low levels with that right now. I think that might be in a rain-cooled air mass from this storm earlier, so that would also reduce the threat for any tornadoes, but there's still plenty of juice aloft for this thing to generate hail, and even the potential for damaging winds. See if the tornado watch is out now. So I'm going to turn everything off. I'm going to pop this tornado watch on. So these yellow boxes, tornado watch is through, for all intent and purposes, I'm going to say at 1 a.m. It'll be canceled from west to east as the storms move through, but tornado watch now until 1 a.m. for pretty much San Marcos, Austin, Blanco, east through Brenham, Navasota, Conroe, includes all the Brazos Valley, Bryan College Station, Shepherd, east to Kirbyville, and points north up to pretty much center, Jacksonville, Corsicana, Itasca. So again, big yellow box, that is a tornado watch until 1 a.m. Central Time. That'll be canceled from west to east as these storms continue moving through. So folks on I-35 from Waco, San Saba, you're not going to be under a tornado watch until 1 a.m., that's for sure. All right, let's get back to... Actually, this is a good time to take a look at the expectations for storms. And turn that off. Let's look at the radar over the last couple hours. I'm going to press a button here that'll let us do that. And just here's the radar warnings, all that over the last couple hours. You can see storms as a whole generally have been moving east at about 30 miles an hour. Some storms have been moving a bit slower. And we're also starting to see more storms move to the southeast at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. We're keeping an eye on that storm west of New Braunfels. That's been pretty steady state. That could have small hail. That'll eventually be moving towards places like Fisher, Wood Creek, Wimberley, Dripping Springs. Eventually could make it up to Lakeway and Austin if it keeps moving north-northeast. But otherwise, you could see storms starting to become more linear in a line across the eastern Concho Valley, the northern hill country, into southern North Texas and central Texas. And then that one storm that brought hail to Henderson, Rusk County, and East Texas is now in Louisiana. And meanwhile, Jason's just got a scary-looking cloud. You can see he's got strong winds, very strong left-to-right motion there, and the cloud base. Starting to get a bit closer to dark, too, which is going to make it even more difficult to see anything. As you can see the circulation back there, a lot of rain and hail, blocking a good view of the circulation. And while we watch that, Jason's located near Thornton, Texas, near that tornado-warned storm that's moving east-southeast at about 25 miles an hour. It's probably about to reposition. What I'm doing right now is I'm loading the high-res rapid refresh model data so I can give y'all a timeline on the expectations for storms tonight. Right. We'll keep an eye on that, but let's come back to the high-res rapid refresh model. Now, this is what the model believed the radar would look like at 7 p.m., so about 15 minutes ago. It's overzealous with storm coverage across the Brazos Valley at this point, kind of, but overall, it's not doing too bad of a job. Keep in mind, this is a weather model. It's not perfect, and it's not going to be perfect, but it can at least give a general idea of how tonight may play out. So let's just fast forward to 10 o'clock. You can see we've got maybe isolated severe storms in the southern Brazos Valley. Otherwise, by this point, we've got a line of storms from near Temple, Belton, east into the northern Brazos Valley, Crockett to Lufkin. Storms themselves probably moving east-southeast. Here is 11 o'clock. You can see this tries to make a line of storms back west to I-10 near Kerrville. Here's midnight storms moving into the hill country, Austin, just northwest San Antonio, Bryan College Station there in the Brazos Valley, Centerville to Huntsville, moving, and then farther to the east, Crockett, Dibble, Nacogdoches to Jasper. And you can see some of these storms may have some pocket change size hail still at this point, maybe some strong wind gusts. The overall tornado threat by this point would be low to very low, but couldn't rule out some spin-ups. Here's 2 a.m. You can see still moving southeast about 30 miles an hour, moving into the Golden Triangle, southeast Texas, approaching I-10 from San Antonio to Columbus. You could see more disorganized by 2 a.m. than it was at midnight. Here's 4 a.m. You could see starting to fizzle out, but still some scattered showers and storms across south central Texas, the Victoria Crossroads, the upper Texas coast. 6 a.m., you could see off the upper Texas coast now, and then still some residual storms across portions of the Victoria Crossroads, the coastal plains, and south central Texas. And here's 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Still got some storms of the Victoria Crossroads, the coastal plains, and the middle Texas coast. Some showers across Oklahoma, maybe Texoma, and North Texas. So that is what we think may occur overnight. But let's get back to what we expect now. All right, so the storm around Groesbeck, as it ingests that shower, we have a bit of a reorganization going on. Now, again, like I said earlier, there's a question. Is this going to actually help the storm organize in the rotation department, or is this going to cause the storm to weaken? And that's still to be determined, but regardless, there is hail falling in Groesbeck right now. We've got more hail coming into McLennan County, Valley Mills, up to China Springs, Golson. We could have golf ball size hail out of this, maybe a bit larger. And maybe some 60 to 70 mile an hour winds as this storm moves east-southeast at 40 miles an hour. Jason's on this tornado-warned storm southeast of Groesbeck. This circulation is now east of Highway 14. Well, I say that, honestly, with the reorganization, let's just say the circulation's around Thornton, but we could have... we're going to have to see what the circulation consolidates. And then this is going to be moving east-southeast at about 25 miles an hour. Could have golf ball to baseball size hail falling in Groesbeck right now. And then these storms back in the western hill country still could have some golf ball size hail. Hail sizes have come down out here with this broken line of storms now extending through San Saba, Mason, and Junction. And again, most of those storms moving east or east-southeast at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. But we're in a recycling phase with this thunderstorm, the tornado-warned one west of Buffalo near Thornton. And that's what Jason's dealing with. He's near Olethe right now, FM 1246 and 937, and he's trying to get in a better position to visually watch the storm. And, of course, he's also in a data hole right now, so that's why the video has frozen. Yes, I can let this loop play for a minute. Let me turn the tracks off. We can at least see what's going on. With that, so again, most storms are going to be moving east-southeast at about 30, maybe 40 miles an hour. Strongest storms still remain capable of producing quarter to golf ball size hail. The most intense storms, although this is becoming less frequent now, could have up to tennis ball size hail. Localized winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, and we are still dealing with one tornadic supercell at this point. Definitely am not going to rule out additional spin-up tornadoes this evening, but for now, the overall tornado threat seems to have decreased a bit. Which is good news. So again, nasty looking storm about to come into Waco. We could have quarter to golf ball size hail Hopefully nothing any bigger. The potential for some strong northwest winds, maybe 60 to 70 miles an hour. Heavy rainfall that's probably going to cause some street flooding around Waco again. As that storm moves east-southeast at 40, this storm near Groesbeck looking messy right now, which is good. You don't want an organized supercell in the rotation department. And this storm is continuing to move east-southeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour and is moving towards Buffalo and Hewitt. It'll be there in about an hour if it continues on its present speed. But we're starting to see more storms develop, which in terms of storm competition is a good thing. The more storms we have in a small area, that means the less likely it is we're going to see one storm become dominant and, go spinny, spinny, doom, doom, and all that. You'd rather have it like this, where a bunch of storms are in one regional area and they're all fighting each other to become dominant, because while that's occurring, you're usually not going to see as significant of a storm as you might otherwise see if they were all out by their lonesome, having nothing to cut off their warm inflow or anything to disrupt their organizational processes. And we are seeing disruption to the storm near Groesbeck right now. I mentioned a few minutes ago we had showers being ingested. And if I switch to this product here, I can probably show that, where we had showers essentially run up into this thunderstorm, and now it looks like a big blob. As that occurs, we could see two things happen. One, this storm may become less organized. Or two, it may help spin up a new circulation. Right now, it looks like it is reorganizing, which means it's not spinning up a circulation this second. But we do have a tornado warning that remains in effect through, I believe, 7:45 for Limestone County. This includes Farrar, Groesbeck, Thornton, down to Coss. This is east of Big Her now. This is going to stay well south of Mahia, south of Forest Glade. We've likely got some very large hail falling on 164 from Groesbeck to just west of Farrar and Donnie right now. This is going to be moving towards Buffalo. Circulation right now south of 164 and east of Highway 14. But again, we have a lot of reorganization going on right now, so there's not necessarily a well-defined, clear-cut spot of circulation here, which is good. But we're going to have to wait and see if this is able to uptick again and develop a new concise low-level mesocyclone once it's done fighting off these other storms, if that actually happens. We've got this thunderstorm south of Gatesville. Now, here's a piece of good news. This is not going to this may not be a tornadic issue, at least in the long term. But here, you see this little boundary? This is an outflow boundary. That means all this has rain-cooled air pushed out ahead of it, cutting off any sort of circulations in the low levels. Now, my interest here is, what is this? Is this where the outflow boundary is intersecting the storm? If so, that could result in the threat of a spin-up tornado. But if the outflow is way ahead of this storm, it might be, to be frank, because it almost looks like this is shot out rain-cooled air too. So, essentially, outside of this area, southwest of Gatesville, northwest of Copper's Cove, that looks a little suspicious, all these storms look to be outflow dominant, which greatly reduces the potential for tornadoes, but we still have an issue with hail and some strong outflow damaging winds from all these storms, in addition to heavy rainfall. The only tornado warning we have right now is with this thunderstorm in Limestone County that is undergoing a reorganization thanks to a bunch of showers and thunderstorms essentially attacking it, which again is a good thing. That helps keep the threat for a well-defined circulation lower, typically. And again, if there was any sort of a tornado, it would likely be wrapped in heavy wind and hail east of Highway 14, northeast of Thornton, south of 164. But We're also going to have to wait and see if we have a new updraft form further to the southwest, closer to Koss on Highway 7. If that becomes the case, that might become our new primary supercell. But the good news is we are, at least in the last 20 minutes, dealing with a much messier storm mode, which again is good. We're not dealing with the well-defined supercells we had 2 hours ago with those well-defined hook echoes all out by themselves. We're dealing with a lot of rain, a lot of hail, a lot of wind, and some circulations. But this is the only tornado warning we have right now, and that's going to be for Groesbeck to Thornton down to Koss, and then east out towards Farrar. Now, what we might also be having happen here is we might have a circulation trying to spin up in the midst of all this. Maybe northeast of Thornton, south of Groesbeck. We're going to have to wait and see. Again, we have a couple areas of spin here. We've got one there, and then we've also got one just northwest of Koss. Calcy, thank you. So we've got one area of circulation trying to spin up just northwest of Calcy, and one area northeast of Thornton, east of 14, well south of Groesbeck. Groesbeck, 164 all the way east of Farrar, Donnie. Y'all have hail, very heavy rains, probably some flooding. But this is a pretty messy look right now. We're going to have to keep an eye on it, but a tornado warning does remain in effect. Back towards Waco, thunderstorm with some strong winds, a bit of a bro structure. Could have quarter to golf ball size hail from Crawford up to Golson. This is much less impressive of a hailer than the storms earlier. So this storm could have wind, could have some quarter to golf ball size hail, but I do not think this is going to have baseball size hail at this point. But it's about to pour rain, a lot of wind from west, Ross, Lacey Lakeview, Belmead, Waco to Woodway. Those storms are not tornadic at this point. Further southwest, we've got this thunderstorm south of Avant, south of Arnett, approaching Pitcoke. Moving southeast towards Colleen, Fort Hood at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. This thunderstorm is capable of producing some quarter to tennis ball size hail. Once it gets past Pitcoke, it's going to be getting into Fort Hood. And then eventually, if it continues, it could be near Morgan's Point, Harker Heights, Belton Temple by 9 o'clock. Farther southwest, we have some strong but sub-severe storms that could have nickel-size hail. San Saba to Mason to Junction. Those storms moving to the east-southeast at about 20 to 30 miles per hour. And then the only tornadic storm at this point is this one near Groesbeck, showing signs of a rain-wrapped circulation. Southeast of Groesbeck, northeast of Thornton, no indications of debris. And at this point, it's just a very messy-looking storm, which is good. Hopefully that means perhaps this storm will be gone sooner rather than later in the spinny department. But this could easily spin up a new circulation. We're just going to have to wait and see where and what. Because there's plenty of wind shear. I mean, there's plenty of hail. There's plenty of strong winds. But I can't easily pick out a circulation at this point. Yes, this program is called WSV3 for the radar. You can see Adam, Chelsea, and Alex. They're back near Avant. They're looking at this thunderstorm. They've got a pretty good low-level view. I'll set their stream up for full screen. Just a second. real quick. I just have to set up stream. Change the location. That's Chelsea, Adam, and Alex's view from this thunderstorm southeast of Avant. With this thunderstorm southwest of Gatesville, you can see a lot of hail, a lot of wind. It looks pretty outflow dominant, but still pretty storm structure, capable of producing tennis ball sized hail, winds of 60 to 70, and very heavy rainfall. In terms of anything else, we've got some strong winds, some hail, quarter size, moving into Waco again. And then we've got this one storm with quarter to tennis ball size hail from Groesbeck to Farrar down to Thornton and Causey. And this whole little complex of storms is moving back to the east, southeast at about 30 miles an hour. But fortunately, we're not seeing a lot of organized low-level rotation right now because this thunderstorm's become pretty messy. If that's the case, hopefully that means we're done with the organized low-level rotation with that for now. But we do note a tornado watch remains in effect until about 1 a.m. for the Piney Woods of East Texas, the Northern Golden Triangle, the Brazos Valley, and southeastern North Texas, that yellow box. It's all tornado watch until about 1 a.m. It'll be canceled from west to east and north to south as storms progress, though. So most folks are not going to be under a tornado watch until 1 a.m. Thursday morning. And some indications on radar from this little guy. There's going to be a left split. Might have some hail trying to increase just south of Dripping Springs. Moving to the northeast towards Dripping Springs, Bee Cave, Lakeway, Briarcliff. And this storm looks like it may be anticyclonic, a left split supercell. It just means it could have a higher threat for some hail. And if so, they'll have to issue a severe thunderstorm warning, but it's perked up a little in the latest scan. So take a look at that real quick. Try to give some times, just in case we get a wee bit of hail out of it. See the latest scan there. Dripping Springs, Highway 290, about 750. Bee Cave by 805. Lakeway, about 810. And again, that's going to be if this storm is actually still around. And we'll see. Otherwise, it's moving north-northeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. Otherwise, taking a look back at the regional radar, you can see we've got a broken line of storms now from Junction to Mesa to San Saba to Gatesville to Hillsboro. It's going to be moving southeast now at about 30 miles an hour. Some of these storms are capable of producing hail, damaging wind gust, and can't totally rule out a spin-up tornado. The Weather Service has not extended the tornado warning for this storm near Groesbeck to Thornton. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning now. And this is going to be for Hewitt, Buffalo, Donnie, and Flo. This is going to be crossing Interstate 45. This will be near Buffalo, about 8:05, and this will be crossing Interstate 45, roughly from Centerville to Fairfield, though we have heavy rain all the way up to Corsicana. The storm capable of producing quarter to $half size hail, so hail sizes have really come down. The potential for winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. And for now, the tornado threat has diminished. Whether or not this attempts to spin up a new circulation is to be determined, and we're going to be watching carefully. Jason is located in Marquez at this point. We just had a 63-mile-an-hour wind gust at the Waco airport from this storm coming in. So again, chance for some quarter-size hail with the storm moving into Waco. Hail sizes like a quarter, literally a quarter of what they were with that last storm. Instead of 4-inch hail, maybe 1-inch hail. And winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour out of the northwest. There ain't a thing going on in the Metroplex, and there's not going to be any severe storms in the Metroplex tonight. If for some reason we had additional storms fire up later, they might have nickel-size hail. No tornado threat, no damaging wind threat in the Metroplex. Otherwise, Waco, 60, 70 mile-an-hour winds over the next several minutes. This storm flying down towards Fort Hood, Killeen, Copperas Cove. Could have some tennis ball-size hail, some 60 mile-an-hour winds. So a little bit of rotation showing up, but not much. We'll head back over to Adam, Chelsea, and Alex's stream. That's going to be Adam Lucio, Alex Bartholomew, Chelsea Burnett. They're looking from Killeen, I believe, or that area looking west. You can see a lot of motion in the base of that cloud, but no organized rotation. We'd be looking for both right to left and left to right motion. We're just not seeing that right now, but definitely a lot of wind energy in that thunderstorm. And we're going to be keeping an eye on it. So again, let's go back over here to the radar and both our cameras. Jason Cooley is in Marquez, which is here at 79 and 7. Other folks, they are keeping an eye on this storm northwest of Fort Hood and Killeen. So it's Jewett, Marquis. All right, well, that's good to know. Thank you. And so we're going to see is if any additional rotation develops with these storms. We are seeing some pockets of low-level rotation again. This little cell northwest of Marquis. And that's what Jason's going to be watching for. But again, at this point, we're not going to have any tornado warnings extended. So we're about to be down to no tornado warnings for now. I'm not going to be able to guarantee it's going to stay that way tonight, but hopefully we can at least be a bit calmer now and transition to mostly a wind, some pocket change size hail, and heavy rain issue versus what we were dealing with earlier with the 4 to 5 inch hail and the tornado warnings. That would be nice. And that's what we're going to be watching for. Excuse me. Oh. It is about time for more coffee. I'm probably going to go grab some in a minute. this point, I'm just looking at various data. It looks like they did just put a severe thunderstorm warning on the cell coming up towards Travis County. We'll take a look at. It's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for a severe storm near Dripping Springs, moving northeast toward Bee Cave Lakeway, Briarcliff, and Lago Vista. Hey, radar, you want to load? Radar. I'm going to get grumpy. Radar. It'll load in a minute. Maybe, otherwise I'm going to reset the program and hit it with a mallet. So Adam, Chelsea, and Alex are in Pitcoke, and Jason's in Marquee. Back, let's look at the Pitcoke storm. That was a nasty lightning strike. I'll turn the audio button on so y'all can hear the hail.
Coming in this way.
Yeah. They're not big. There's a lot of them.
Yeah, I can feel the sound on the windows.
Oh, one just went. Now I hit the mirror and roll the
Marquee, thank you.
Oh, we're gonna get the cord.
Yeah. Bigger hail might be slow. The hail size
Report.
is up.
Alright. I got a report of golf ball size hail in Dripping Springs, so that storm coming up in the hill country apparently is now dropping golf ball size hail near Dripping Springs on Highway 290. It's going to be moving northeast towards Lakeway, Bee Cave, Cedar Park over the next 30 to 45 minutes. The Hills, Valente. We'll put a button on this. So again, those of you in Bee Cave, Lakeway, Point Venture, the Hills, Hudson Bend, Valente, the potential for quarter to golf ball size hail within 30 minutes as this thunderstorm near Dripping Springs moves to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. All right, back north. This is the storm near Pitcoke that Adam, Alex, and Chelsea are on. That storm could have golf ball to baseball size hail in it in spots. Generally speaking, is moving southeast at 30 miles an hour towards Colleen and Fort Hood, eventually Harker Heights and Nolanville. If this storm were to stay a little bit north, this would be moving towards Temple and Belton instead, with the potential for big hail and strong winds. There is not a tornado threat with that storm at this time. No tornado warnings at all right now, in fact, which is nice. So, that is good. All right. Why did that scroll stop? I'm just breaking stuff. All right. Well, at least I fixed that. All right, so head back over to their stream real quick. We're probably going to hear the hail. Apparently, I have broken something. All right, that's better. Was a weird, interesting little issue. Apparently, I'm about to have a memory leak with this. That's unfortunate. All right, so we are down to no tornado warnings, which is good. Tornado watch remains in effect through about 1 a.m. for the Brazos Valley, East Texas, portions of the Golden Triangle. I'll zoom out and show that. And then again, we've got a line of storms now that have set up from northeast of Junction to east of San Saba, approaching Fort Hood and Killeen to Waco to Buffalo. And what we're going to do now is let's take a look at what we are expecting for the remainder of the night using the high-res rapid refresh model. We've got a storm in Dripping Springs moving northeast with golf ball size hail towards Bee Cave, the Hills, Lakeway, Valente over the next 30 minutes. Okay, let's load the high-res rapid refresh model, head out to Texas, and let's see if I can't give you all a good timing estimate on what we expect tonight. So this is going to be the high-res rapid refresh model here at 8 o'clock. So do that. There you go. I'll even turn the radar on right now. You can see the model's actually doing a pretty good job. It's pretty close to what it looks like in real life right now. So with that being said, we can use that with some confidence to see what it may look like at, say, 10 o'clock. Here's 10 o'clock, a couple storms west of I-35 still in the hill country, but a complex of storms from near Round Rock, Bryan College Station, Crockett, and we still have some rain all the way back into East Texas and Northeast Texas. Main line of storms moving to the southeast at about 30 miles an hour. So we head back to head to midnight. You can see Brazos Valley, Austin to Brenham, north sides of the Houston Metro over to Jasper. Leading edge of these storms could still have some with hail, gusty winds, maybe a spin-up tornado, and then some rain across East Texas, Northeast Texas, and the Arklatex. Main line still moving south at about 30 to 35. Here is 2 a.m. Leading edge of the storms, much more disorganized after midnight from essentially New Braunfels to Sealy, Katy, Houston to Beaumont. Still a couple storms that may have some pocket change size hail and some strong winds. Can't totally rule out a spin-up tornado, especially across the Golden Triangle and the Piney Woods this evening. plus the Brazos Valley. But here's 4 a.m. You can see, generally speaking, more spotty showers and storms. So the highest severe weather threat is going to be through midnight, decreasing afterwards. Although some storms may still have some pocket change size hail and some strong winds. Let's head over, take a look at Jason's stream. You can see he's enjoying the pleasures of not having data. So we'll just come back over to my camera real quick. Again, here's a look over the last several hours with satellite as the sun sets. Here's the warnings. You can see storms were initially moving more easterly. Now we're starting to progress more to the southeast, with the exception of the storm over Highway 290 and Dripping Springs to Bear Creek. And that's moving northeast at about 35 miles an hour. Rest of these storms, generally speaking, moving either east or southeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour, with the strongest storms producing quarter to golf ball size hail. Still the potential for tennis ball size hail approaching Fort Hood in the next 20 minutes. Those heavy storms approaching Hewitt to Buffalo, still showing indications of some quarter to golf ball size hail, some heavy rain and wind, and some pockets of low-level rotation. The storms around Waco have gone kaput, weakened quickly. So the good news is, hopefully that means we're going to be down to just a few potential tornado warnings for the rest of the night, with mostly severe thunderstorm and flash flood warnings. But since we have no tornado warnings right now, coming up to 7:55, we're going to take a bit of a break. I'll keep the streams are going to stay up, mind you. You're just not going to hear my voice. We'll keep the chaser cams up and radar, and we'll get some audio going from their cameras as well. So for now, let's head back to the chaser wall, and we'll let y'all keep enjoying the show.
Marquez and Gillette. tell them this is a cemetery, so that's no short of strange for the stream, but we're in Marquez looking north. Most of this is pretty outflowy. So you can get a look at that little lowering, which is going to be a rather innocent one. Marquez, just east of Marquez, west of Centerville, near Concord, a very small town called Concord. Looking north from the Concord Cemetery, we got undercut storm. See kind of a whale's mouth feature, so cool airs emanated out ahead of this storm. The only thing we're going to really be looking at back in there is hail. A lot of this is just scuddy garbage. Transmission did not appreciate that. Hey. Well, there's lightning. What'd you say? Yeah. Just chilly surface. This is the place to look out. Everything's still streaming in, it's just chilly here. Just can't believe how far it's down. All the way. Got some fake wall clouds. All right. Yep. It is what it is. I know, right? I wish it'd be hit this way, but there was a 1.75 before, but I don't think coming down anymore. Really good scene here. All they got is done. Yeah. Looking forward to the one day off. I don't know what that is. creepy cemeteries chasing. about we get into some hail on I-45, huh? Everybody loves some I-45 hail. Alright. Some gusty winds, heavy rain, a little bit of hail. Nothing to write home about. Here, east of Marquez. I lost my hat. rotation to my south now. Get stuck behind these pickup hauling trailers. know if a tornado spun out here. I doubt it. Storm over Leona. Alright, it is funny. It's funny. Nobody has visibility, I guess. People are stopped on the road. Just parked on the road because it's raining. Like, quite literally. We're parked. Because it's raining. So I'm gonna be stuck here for a bit. Taking the front road for a while because people are stopped on the road. I can't even because I'm going that way. I don't know why, but they're straight up stopped in the road. They're not parked. They're stopped in the road. It's hard to see, I give you that, but You're parking on the freeway. So there's a nice Texas frontage road here past these guys. I just got to go back north. This thing is impossible to keep up with. There's too much traffic and it's dark. There's some damage. I wonder if a tornado did touch down. There was a branch in the road. See the freeway still crawling. I'm going faster here on the frontage road. Did have to dodge a branch. Got some leaves stripped off the trees here. It says road may flood, so I need to watch that. If there's flooding back here, I'm not keeping the fire. So much freaking rain. Vegetation. Strip apart here. Thank goodness for